Alright, let's get this started. Welcome. Welcome to me. Coffee. Yep, still says drinking coffee. I feel like that's always an important poll. Let's engage with the users. What are you drinking? Yes. No. Coffee. Water. Alright. Coffee. Water. Other. Uh. I don't think anyone's gonna be drinking a cocktail, so I'm not gonna make that an option. Coffee, water, juice, or I don't know, piss. Are those the only two you can think of? I mean, those are the only two that I drank. Let's just go with the original options. Today, we're gonna animate this. Honestly, that hand is pretty close to done. But everything else needs to be fixed. Just noticed something that bothers me. That these hair spikes are all the way up here on this side, but they're all the way down there on that side. Let's see if I can just like do that to fix it. God, I'm having a bad fucking day. Let's see if streaming helps with that. It's been cold. I think that's getting me depressed a little. That and also just like not finishing any cartoons for a long time is depressing. You know, there's actually a FrumpleQuest cartoon. It's only like a minute long, but the FrumpleQuest cartoon that's basically like 80% done that I need to just like finish. I wouldn't show that on stream just because it's like not not really interesting to watch, I think. You know, to like listen to voice lines and choose the best ones. Although I don't know, maybe that is interesting to people. I would rather just focus on semi-mindless work like animation. It's not like dumb. It's just mindless in the sense that it's like second nature. When you see something that looks wrong, and you just like fix it without thinking. show deserves a show as much as the Smiling Friends guys. Just give me $1 for crying out loud. Don't try to give me another middleman to replace the old middleman. I'm tired of fucking ad revenue, and I'm tired of fucking networks, and I'm tired of their fucking rules. I don't care about the fucking community, because it's all around money anyway. Just, I don't know, just get the middleman out. I don't want a show. I want $1. I want $2. $2 is twice as much. It's like, if you make a show, you have to pitch it and sell it to a network who's only interested in generating a profit. Which, this is not for that. This cannot do that. I mean, it could. It's just, you would have to have somebody believe in it as like a long-term thing. Nobody's just gonna give me a big bag of money, and if they did, they would have a million guidelines. I don't have that. I'm not detached from this project enough to do that. Hollywood's rules are twisted. I mean, the last time I was there were ads for like Winkle Park or whatever. It was like Magical Park. I don't remember the name. It was something with like a girl and some blue animals. There was like a blue bear. It was like Wonder Park, that's it. Twinkle Park is from Sonic. Just looked like painfully average looking computer animated movie. It's like, it's so weird that like they can make so many of those and everyone will just forget. They can make so many like strange worlds. It'll amount to a strange movie, a strange investment in a strange movie, and then they try to cover it up. They try to act like they didn't make a movie called Strange World by like not even really giving it the advertising budget that a movie needs. I don't know anybody who saw that. Did anybody see that? I don't know if it was any good. It looked pretty bad. But so did every Disney movie from like the last 10 years. What was the last like Pixar movie I saw? I feel like it wasn't. I was not happy. It was probably like Toy Story 7. It's like, you guys ever notice that every Toy Story movie is a promise to not make another one, and every Toy Story movie is breaking that promise? It's like, the last one, it was like Toy Story 3, they had the toys like say goodbye to Andy. That was kind of like the end of the series, that like it's the circle of life. It's like, nope, now we get to follow this boring new kid's life. It's like, oh, it's just like the same exact problems that they had when they were with Andy. Now it's just like, Bonnie doesn't like me anymore. It's like, what if you're getting replaced or thrown away? It's like you were just rehashing Toy Story at this point. It's like, I don't know. I kind of saw the third movie as a promise that they would not do that, and I saw the fourth movie as a promise, a breaking of that promise. And then the fifth movie, it's happening even though the fourth movie ended with an also kind of like a finality where like Woody says goodbye to all of them. He becomes a piece of junk. He becomes trash, just like the you know, Stinky Pete and Wheezy the Penguin always said that we're nothing but trash in the end. So Woody faces his fear of becoming a lost toy and just does it on purpose. And it's like, okay, well that kind of sucked, but at least they're definitely never making another one. And then I don't know what the fifth movie's plot is going to be. Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. I mean, I guess they were trying to go with what they think people care about in the fourth one, where they have like, whatever happened to Bo Peep? It's like, she was unceremoniously killed off in the third movie. They have a very quick moment of silence for Bo Peep in Toy Story 3, but then it's just like, all right, well, she's not in this, she's gone. And it's like, I don't know who the fuck was like, we gotta find out what happened to her, but they made the movie just for that fucker. So now they're gonna find some other problem with the last movies to make into it. That's what it's really all about, isn't it? It's about trying to make stuff woke because they think, oh, if it's not woke, no one's going to buy it. No one's going to purchase it if it's a little bit woke. So like, you know, one woke thing to do is to make your girl character kick butt like they did in Toy Story 4. Another way is to have the movie retroactively fix something that they thought might be bad writing about the previous movies. But it's really just fan fiction. They show a flashback where Bo Peep kicks butt. It's like, look, I was willing to accept that Bo Peep kicks butt now, but I'm not willing to accept this revisionist history where she always kicked butt and you just never asked. It's like, no, she's a porcelain doll. The idea of her kicking butt is ridiculous. So like, you know, I would only believe it if like you could really prove it to me. And to show that she's spent a number of years being independent would be the perfect reason to show that she's learned to fend for herself, become independent, and become a butt kicker in that time. That's a perfect excuse. And the movie got rid of that by showing a flashback where she's already like this. And it's like, oh my god, every Pixar movie has this problem now. It's like in Finding Dory, they had the turtles come back, but it's like, it's just like a smash cut. It's like, but how? I know a guy, and then it cuts to the turtles. It's like, the other movie, it was like a whole big deal. And I'm not even a Finding Nemo apologist, really. I watched that recently, and I'm like, really kind of disappointed with how like, kind of, I don't know, hasn't held up too great. I think it's like, there's a lot of like, it's the 2000s, random cheese monkey, like it feels kind of like that. Just like, you know, hey, yeah, we should use some of this of Ellen's improv. It'll be really funny, and it's not. It's just like, she won't shut the fuck up. It's just the whole movie. She won't shut the fuck up. And it's not even that she's never funny. It's just that they let her talk for too long. Just like I'm talking for too long. But every Pixar movie has this problem where it's just like tries to make something about the previous movie like ashamed of itself. It's like, I don't know, like back in the 2000s, everybody was like, it was a different time about everything from like the 50s. But now people are trying to do that about stuff from the 2000s, which, yeah, I mean, some of it has aged poorly, but like, I don't think we're learning the right lessons from the like poorly aged stuff from our grandparents' generation. It's like, I don't know. Here's an example. Like Beauty and the Beast was already trying to be like feminist, but then like the like remake, the like woke slop version of it is like, oh, it actually wasn't going far enough. It wasn't feminist enough. And it's like, you know, it's fine if you don't just continuously embarrass yourself every few decades. It's like, what's the point of trying to be all like girl power if you're just gonna say in a few years that it wasn't real girl power? Oh, this is real girl power. Real girl power has never been tried. Oh my god. Girl power. The era I'm mimicking for this cartoon is just like teeny bit before girl power kicked in. But yeah, like they'll have like something like, for example, they'll have something like Gaston will be like, women shouldn't be reading, they'll be getting ideas. And it's like, that's like a really clear like feminist joke. Like, you have a character who's a sexist man and he's like the villain, and it's already supposed to be really subversive of the like Disney formula. It's supposed to be turning that on its head in the way that Frozen also turned that on its head by having Elsa say, you can't marry him, you just met him. What do you think, your life's in a Disney movie or something? Everyone laughs. But like, then to be even more woker, they made the new Gaston have like a disability or something. He has PTSD from the war. He's nice now. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's something inherently wrong. There's something inherently fine about the original, and there's something inherently wrong about this idea that the original didn't go far enough. If you want to go farther, you have to make your own story. You can't just like rehash something from your childhood. I feel like that's dangerous. It's like, don't rewrite history. Don't rewrite history for yourself. And especially don't overwrite something good like Beauty and the Beast. It's like, that movie's good. And yeah, maybe nowadays feminism is more tightly tuned into capitalism's desires. But that doesn't mean it's not really feminist. It's just like a more proto version of like the kind of crap that we have now. I mean, it's probably better because it actually fits its way into a movie and a narrative instead of just being like the thing people remember. You know, it's not the only thing you think of. It's like that's what its problem would be now, is like people would be like, oh, this movie is trying to be woke, having the girl read a book. And it's like, you wouldn't even remember anything else about the movie. doing a woke. I liked when Disney movies weren't woke. When it was just me and Belle getting married in the first act of the movie. And then the rest of the movie is just us having kids. It shows everything. From conception to birth. It's like, yeah, I don't know. There's like that little fantasy Gaston has of making Belle his wife, and to him that's what happily ever after is all about. That's what Disney movies are all about. And Disney is like, no, we're smarter than that. We're woke now. We're woke before woke was a thing. And yeah, I'm sure you had some divorced dads complaining about the plot of that movie, but it wouldn't be like today where it's like, it's kind of like going after those divorced dads as an audience. Like, let's see what the divorced dad chuds think of this one. And it's like, you know, those divorced dads going thinking that they love Harry Potter, so I'm sure they'll love this, and then they're pissed off and disappointed because it just made fun of their worldview. They've been reading too much. They're woke now. Reading too much internet slop. Like, I can't keep going with stupid like internet slop videos about like lol cows. That's just garbage. Like, what are we doing? This is like YouTube content. This is what passes for content. Ugh. This is like, and then there's slop on every conceivable topic. It's just like 50-minute video about some stupid shit. And, you know, by the time I've watched like 2 or 3 50-minute videos on something, I realize how badly I want it off of my algorithm. God, I hate that shit. So disappointing when get into something, I think it's all my own, and then it's just like, nah, it's been captured by the slop machine already. The slop and drama machine. It's like it's always a matter of time before something is just turned into shitty drama. Oh shit, I love streaming. Forgot there was a Frozen 2. Yeah, I didn't see that. I don't know what that's all about. Lightyear was a waste of fucking money. Remember when Snoop Dogg recently confronted Disney about the movie? They seemingly forced him to walk it back as they always do. Nah, they didn't force Snoop Dogg to do anything. They just tug lightly at his leash, and then he walks back, and he goes arf arf when he does it. He's nice now. I think Snoop Dogg, you know, Snoop Dogg doesn't have to walk anything back, but they probably paid him a bunch or something. They probably reminded him that Disney is like partial owner of a company that pays for his kids' college or some shit. And it's like, if you don't want the leash to choke you, then you better walk the walk and do your duty. And he'll do it. But, you know, they catch flies with honey, not They don't. I don't know if they really force him to do anything. He seems like he's got no much. He doesn't got much soul. He'll do anything for a quick buck. He'll voice a dog in a dumb fucking movie. Like, yeah, the time was time for getting Snoop Dogg was like 15 years ago. Now it's just like not impressive. You could just like say he was in it with using AI voice, or just like do a caricature or costume of him and an impression, and there's literally no difference between that and getting the real Snoop Dogg. Like, yeah, like honestly, like what's the difference? You don't. The only difference is that you don't have to pay for his fucking rolling papers. You buy him a month long supply of rolling papers for the opportunity to have him be occupying space in your movie. Like, you buy him lighters. It's like, what if I didn't even have to buy him any lighters? I could just like steal his essence, call it a parody, pay him in the exact amount of fuck you, and I don't know, just keep the rolling papers for myself. I mean, I don't know. Even if I don't like the guy, maybe it's only fair to pay someone for the use of their likeness. They could likely sue if you do something that is non-kosher. But there's also fair use. Sometimes you don't want to get the real guy. Sometimes there's a good reason not to. Yeah, I mean, if I did a parody of Snoop Dogg, I would have to be like, I'd have to make the joke that he got paid too much for this. It's funnier when you realize it's not actually him. But it's overall not even that funny. It's like you see that and think it's really him, and the joke is that like he got paid too much for this. Nobody's really laughing. Nobody even enjoys this cameo. You laugh later. You go like ha later when you read on IMDb that was an impression. I feel like at this point there's nothing cool or interesting about getting him to do a voice of a dog. I mean, it's like, I don't know, if he gives you the performance of a lifetime, maybe, but that's not why you get Snoop Dogg to do a voice. You get him to do a voice because he's some famous dude. Which I think this is why people get so disappointed when they realize someone's like a Trump supporter. It's like, oh, Snoop Dogg's a Trump supporter? Damn, that means I can never exploit him for his voice. I mean, I also hate that he's a Trump supporter, but it makes sense because he's a grifter. He's he'll just, you know, like milk this stupid brand that he has for the rest of his life. He's it doesn't matter that he wants you to legalize it. He'll still hang out with these guys who don't want to legalize it. Because there's a higher power he answers to, just like the grift. It's all just like silly little game. It's all money making game like in Zelda. Let's play money making game. Touch the money to get or lose money. Which money will be the money? Which will give you nunny? Nunny? What you say when you get 0. Just lurking, just listening. Welcome, listen lurkers. Please enjoy. Enjoy silently. Enjoy privately in your private tabs. Just, throw me some anonymous cryptocurrencies or whatever. Or don't. No? Okay. Use crypto. No? Okay. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, I don't know how much longer you can say that cryptocurrency is anonymous with AI. You could probably just like figure out where it all comes from. Although you can't really rely on AI. But if you feed it massive amounts of data, you can use computers and like sort of like artificial thinking to I don't think this is gonna happen, but maybe one day they'll crack Bitcoin with AI. Like I feel like, because like what Bitcoin does is forces you to show proof of work, which is like basically it means running your computer all day and wasting electricity. But what it does is that's how Bitcoin verifies that something is really a transaction, really a Bitcoin, is by showing proof of work. And you have to use your computer to grind out calculations in order for this proof to be had, right? So, okay, people are drinking water. Good to know. Good to know you're drinking water. So like, does that mean that one day, because it makes it very difficult to make a fake Bitcoin, right? So like, do you think one day we won't be able to verify any Bitcoin transactions because AI will be able to like decode the quick method for forging them? I mean, it still seems impossible even with massive amounts of calculations, but I think we'd probably have worse problems if that were the case. Bitcoin would probably crash to 0, but also probably every other thing would crash to 0. Like, there'd be no encryption for anything anymore. All of your passwords would be decoded. I don't know. I feel like AI is very overestimated. It's overestimated because we saw it just like start from very little and make its way to like something that looks like something. But I think in the grand scheme of things, it's still very young. It's still very new. It's like, I don't know, it's like saying like your computer is capable of being a true art program, but like saying it about like MS Paint. And it's like, well, I guess I can see the potential, but there's no real like actually usable software for artists to make AI related things. I mean, there's some sort of Blender plugin for stable diffusion, but I haven't messed with that myself. I don't really want to. It sounds like something that'll just like triple my electric bill. But if I had to be honest, that is what I envision it for, as like basically an add-on to your rendering engine that could add details, or it could give more of like a photorealistic look to it. I lament the fact that it feels like a lot of what AI does is really just to be lazier and to eliminate artists who are the ones that make it better. I'll always compare it to like the Disney method of eliminating the workforce. They did this before. They fired all the women, and I don't know if they were plotting on this forever, like the whole time or anything, but it feels kind of like they were just like putting the women there so that they could get rid of them, which is kind of unnerving. But this is Disney we're talking about. They didn't really have women in the story department, probably because they didn't want someone from like another world, like a girl, to start like influencing their vision for what they thought animation should be about. It's a boys thing, because the girls are just gonna say, oh, let's do this about some girly thing. I mean, as sexist as it sounds, I don't know if I really disagree. I guess it's just like it's less to do with them all being boys and more to do with them having this like shared idea. It's like, the women were just like, at Disney, all they did was like ink and paint. They, it's still an important job until it got eliminated. But like that's very different from being a story artist. It's like, you can really say that you work at Disney. Not those women who got fired. You can't really say you work at Disney for very long before they just take your job away. I think about this now because of artificial intelligence. And it's not the first or second time we've had this shit, because when computer graphics were becoming really cheap, they did the same shit with that. They were like, oh, CG is the future, and they made it so nothing but CG could ever be made again. They did make like The Princess and the Frog, but that was after the fact. They stopped using the cap system for that movie, and it really shows. They didn't have the old disciplines. They still had the animators, but none of it was done on paper, and there's a big difference when it is and isn't done on paper. The OG animators had a working method that was unchanged, even though they had Pixar invented the cap system in the 80s, and even though they had computers, they never abandoned the old method of just drawing everything on paper first. I mean, I've abandoned the fucking old method. I should probably have sketched this one out on paper. It's the thing is though, I think this what I'm doing now with like Blender, and also similarly what I've been doing with Flash, it is not the same as the OG paper hand done flip manually method, but it gives me control in that way that they had control. You know, like there's a difference between the look of those old animations and like the stuff they made after with Toon Boom and stuff. Like it's still, I guess it still was animated by hand, but I think when you put the shortcuts and stuff, like, you know, corner cutting stuff first, I think, you know, that's something that Disney has been doing for a long time, and it their work suffers when they do that. Like, you know, in some ways it makes the work better. So it's a double-edged thing. Like, in 101 Dalmatians, they stopped doing cell painting. It was a very ambitious movie with 100 puppies and one, and you know, 100 puppies or 99 puppies and 2 adults, and plenty of other animals. There's a lot going on in that movie. There's like a rotoscoped car. It's like it was ambitious, and they came up with every single trick they could to make it possible. And you can be like, well, this is Disney we're talking about, but even Disney was suffering. You know, they weren't doing great in the 50s and 60s. They needed to cut corners to make these movies happen. And every single animation ever has had compromises. So I'm not faulting them for that. Everything you've ever seen and loved has had compromises, and a lot of the time those compromises define them. This is why I'm not like so... I never get excited when they're like, oh, they went back and they fixed this one thing, because I appreciate the compromises they had to take. Every single thing needs compromises, or else it'll never be finished. But yeah, it's up to you what limitations you're going to have. It's like, you know, even just like using cells is a type of limitation. Using like this kind of animation where it's like an outline with a paint is like, if there was less limitations, we could probably just make every single thing a painted illustration, like in Samuel Whiskers and the Roly Poly Pudding. You ever see the like Beatrix Potter animations? They're amazing. They look so cool, and like some of the most ambitious animation I've ever seen. And it's about kitties. It's cute. It's like a mom cat that wears clothes and her kittens that are just cats. Star Fox is a guy who owes me $100. But yeah, what was I talking about? When's the next makeshift coming out? It's happening soon. I'll keep you updated on that. All I've seen is Bitcoin used for CP or drugs, and there's no in between. I mean, yeah, I mean it's for like private transactions, so yeah, a lot of it is illegal stuff like that. Mostly I think people just like don't understand it, and that not understanding it is what gives it its value. That's like, oh, it's magic internet money. Yeah, you could just be like supporting the legal businesses that doing that shit. Like you're just making those fuckers rich. Yeah, I don't know. But like you know, you could use it because it's like supposedly free speech currency. You know, if somebody doesn't like the cause you're giving to, they can't prevent you from doing it. But I don't know. Is that really even necessary? Like how necessary is money anymore? Feels like it's only there to keep people from having stuff. Money doesn't make us richer. And Bitcoin feels like something that was created to sidestep the complex systems of money we have while simply making a more complex system. It's like a big disgusting pile of waste. Yeah, I liked the idea of decentralized money, but I like the idea of decentralized everything. Decentralized social media, that's also a pipe dream. People don't want that. They want blue sky and shit. They want a well-moderated place, not a do anything you want, guys. People don't want liberty online. They want, I don't know. And yeah, anybody talks to you about free speech and liberty, they're probably just trying to peddle their scams and child porn on you. It's like, go fuck yourself, everyone on fucking Twitter. I mean, yeah, it's like Twitter is just nonstop NFT garbage. Like, oh my god, I can't stand it that like whenever you look up like something funny as like a GIF on Tenor, and it's like it's got like a horrible like hashtag shitcoin on it. It's like some stupid altcoin that nobody remembers. It's like this GIF has just been here on Tenor for like 3 years now, and nobody even knows how to get rid of it. Yeah, I deleted my Twitter account like 3 years ago. And I haven't looked back. I use Blue Sky, but the way I use it is a little different. I don't treat my audience like they're my friends or my therapists or my, loved ones. Like, holy shit. Holy shit, was I sick during the pandemic. I thought I could just, like, confide personal shit. Now, now I talk about things that I want to involve people in. Like, I like to talk about the arts. I like to talk about why things are good or bad. I like to talk about these things. Like, I don't want to just be a critic. I want to actually make things that are good. A big mouth. I wonder if the more you talk, the less you'll actually do. Well, I like to whine about Disney movies not being good anymore, but I think I have a good reason. I think we all pay taxes so that Disney can make terrible movies as much as they want. That's more of a political issue than an issue with the arts. It's like, all right, well, if you're gonna take all of our fucking money, why can't you make anything good? It's like that's basically Disney is basically government funded entertainment. For-profit government funded. It's like hyper fascist. It's horrible. It's like and it's woke fascist. It's like gay Cyclops cop who's coming to arrest you, but she's nice now. She has a girlfriend. This movie is banned in every Arabian country. The movie is censored in Russia. We made it easy enough to censor. Like, this is woke fascism. This fucking pink Cyclops cop. They do movie after movie after movie about how cops are actually cool. It's like, it's just propaganda. It's so sick of that. And they hide behind a fake veil of woke to say that, like, they're actually too liberal, not extreme right wing, hyper capitalist. It's tough. Animation's hard. I know I say sometimes the animation's easy. Don't believe it. It's actually hard. Alright, I'm joking. It's actually easy. Okay, that was the joke. It's actually hard. I guess when I feel like I'm in control, it feels easy. When I'm not in control, it feels hard. It was like this with painting. Like, I don't know if anybody saw me painting the other day, but holy shit. I was in such a terrible mood the whole time. I think it's because I'm just getting used to this program, and it's like the more I use it, the more control I have over my work, and it feels great when I do have control over it. This is why no matter how many, no matter how many excuses I'll make for AI, this is why I can't use it. I don't even want to be one of those I will never use AI people, because I don't think that's true. I think I will use AI. I think I have used AI. I think I've even gotten away with using AI a few times. It's not about that, but I'm in sort of agreement with those people. I just don't think that's what you say exactly. What I would like to communicate is something very similar. Not that I will never use AI, but that everything I make is authentic. That's really me. That's really real. I feel like you can probably use anything as a tool and still claim something is real and true. Like, I think you could probably AI generate backgrounds. It's just that, like, it will be done because it's lazy and cheap. So if that's what you mean to communicate, then that's what it is. It's like, if you're using AI for voices, yeah, like this is not something we discussed on the show, but there was, like, in the news, something about some game that used AI voices, and I'm talking about AI. I hate Joe. It's like, if you're using it for voices in a game, on one hand, I get that, like, yeah, there's a billion things to voice that you could just, like, get an AI of the actors instead of forcing them to do all that work. Maybe you just don't have that work in the first place. It's like, if it's all just, like, fattening up the game with bullshit content that, if it's not voiced by a real person, how can you know if it's even being written by a person? How do you know if they're even checking it? How do you know that the AI isn't verifying that everything is well written? In my experience, I found that it just makes you lazier. But this is the real reason is, like, it does not give you the control. It doesn't give you the control that I need to have over, even though I can't fucking draw a thumb, at least I'm the one doing it. There's something to that, and I don't think we should be raising our kids with the idea that art is something that is meant to be overcome. Like, I don't like the, there's, like, the 20 somethings in my Discord server. I don't like I don't like the attitudes that we've been telling them. They're not making sense to me. I think they're good people. I just don't like how they're concerned about the reaction to their work, not necessarily, like, the work itself. Like, they're saying, here's my comic, and people were already like, nice comic, I like blah blah blah. They're already like, thanks. But then they were like, no, I'm not feeling so good about it. What if people compare it to this person? It's like, I was a little shocked to see how many people are just like concerned with that kind of thing. Like, I need them, I need them to realize that the reaction to your work is separate from you. It's separate from your own work. If people all decided that your work was bad, that doesn't mean it's so. Maybe somebody likes this drawing of a thumb. Maybe it's not so bad. I think it's pretty close. I think it's a pretty good thumb if I do say so myself. Well, it's all done with compromise, like I was saying before. It's like, I'd rather make this as a compromise than the compromises you have to do with AI, where it's just like a completely wrong looking hand that you're not even gonna notice until the 20th time you watch it, and then it's gonna be like, ugh, how long has that been there? Then there's gonna be ones that you don't even notice. Oh my god, like, I love computers and all that, but the computer can't do work for you. Not sincerely or anything. It can't really even come up with any ideas. People think that. They think that it can come up with ideas. It has none. It has ideas because you're giving it ideas. I mean, maybe there are some people that the algorithm truly knows exactly what they want. I don't think I really found that with my experiences with algorithms. They're like the portal robot that think they can guess what you like. Oh, I know what you want. You're human, aren't you? Therefore, data has concluded with a 97% assurance that you will love cake, chocolate cake with strawberry or with cherries on top. Or maybe it was strawberries. Doesn't matter. It thinks that matters. It thinks that if you didn't like the strawberries, then you want cherries. Recommend shit that I told it years ago that I'm not interested in. It's still trying. You watch one video of something, it thinks you want 100 more. Bro, I was 4 and watching your videos. Nice. But yeah. I can't get AI to help. I've done a little, but I feel like Blender has made, like in the last cartoon, I did some interpolation using software called flow frames, but I feel like Blender has made that obsolete because now I can more easily take that shortcut. I can use frame interpolate in Blender, which can just like straight up generate in betweens. They're also not great, but it doesn't matter because the AI was not great, but it was still marginally helpful. And I will use whatever little shortcuts I can. To use flow frames with Blender, though, would probably be an even bigger pain in the ass than Flash. So I'm not going to bother. But, the interpolation was an interesting idea, and I just wanted to experiment with it. I feel like a lot of the AI is the future people are really just, they really just mean it's the now, and they're just experimenting with it now, the way that everybody experiments with the new form of medium or whatever. It's hard to really say, though, that it's a new medium because it's so out of our control. It just gives us the portal robot version of what we asked for. Like, oh, you asked for this, so I gave you this. And it's like, I asked for pie, you gave me cake. What? Are you saying that humans don't like cake too? It's like, sure, whatever. It was like, you didn't listen to me, you listened to what your biases had already told you. You listened to data, because the assumption is that I'm not an artist making these things, but I'm a lazy good for nothing generating these things like a degenerate, like using the creation of art the same way as you would use a channel changer. You know, I think it can be used to create art, but in the same way that you can use like NVIDIA cards to render stuff. Yeah, I don't wanna specifically be like no AI, because like I don't want people to think that AI could do what I do. It can't. I don't want people to think there was any chance this was generated by AI. So like, why even put that idea into their heads? There's no chance that AI could have made this in any way. Like, that's something that people need to remember. And like, this goes for everybody. Everybody who makes art needs to stop thinking there's any chance that AI could replace the unique things that you contribute. It doesn't know what you're capable of until you do it. But it's always existed in some form. You know, the Schnookums and Meat funny cartoon show is literally AI generated Ren and Stimpy. They took Ren and Stimpy, they took some of the main parts out of it, replaced it with some of their parts, and said, hey, good as new. Schnookums and Meat, you're too young to remember. It was a good show. You're too young to remember. It was a good show. 90s Nick was a cartoon I made back in the 2010s. You're too young to remember. It was a good show. It wasn't even a show. I did have an idea for another one. It's been so long. I was gonna have him do a rap, like a shitty 90s rap. But yeah, it dies with me. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, don't let AI. If you even like hint that it could replace you, then people will start to suspect your work or something. I don't think people are gonna suspect me, because my work is always Crundus. It's Crundus in a way that could never be reproduced. I mean, we'll see. I'm sure. I've just been waiting for the day where it's like, Joe, remember old Joe Gran? Well, we turned him into a formula using equations, and now we have Infinity Joe, and he's the old Joe. Before we treated him like dirt. Now he doesn't feel anything or have anything to say. And I feel like people are going to quickly realize that that's not fulfilling. Or, you know, maybe they entirely do it just to fuck with artists. Feel like it's not the same as admiring a piece of art. When you say like, wow, AI art, it's not the same as looking at art and admiring it. It's more like admiring a new car or a new iPhone. You're just admiring the new tech. You're not actually admiring the art. There's nothing to admire, unfortunately. I mean, it's like, it's cool what the tech could do, but it's not the same thing as saying, hey, that's some really good art. I mean, you could say that about some generated crap, but it would be what you make of it. You know, there's a difference the way that, like, real art has something going on, while AI art is made from millions of real arts, so it couldn't possibly have a vision or a story to tell. Well, it also just, like, has no fucking... It has no, it has no opinions, really. Who even watches AI content? A lot of people watch it and don't realize it. There's all kinds of these, like, funny animal videos that are just fake. And it's like... It's... Yeah, it's like, it's interesting that you can fake something like that so easy. But it's also just like, now I don't really even have a desire to watch this again, because I know that it wasn't real. I don't know. A part of me thinks funny animal videos are great use of AI. Like, I thought for a long time, like, hey, this is a good way of making semi-realistic, you know, super dog hero looking thing. Like, it's funny, and it wouldn't involve putting a costume on a real dog. I think of it like that. That's like, okay, maybe it would be unethical to AI a real actor, but we're talking about a dog who doesn't necessarily want to be put in these situations. And we've been doing that with CG for years, but I think it always looked like crap. And AI also looks like crap, but it's like realistic in a way that's interesting and fake in a way that's you know, it's also kind of like, it calms you down, that lets you know it's just AI. But I don't know, not really. Not when it's really just like attempting to look realistic. It feels like political leaders and billionaires want AI to be good so that they can do more hoaxes or something. They want hoaxes to seep deeper into the public perception. And they want like, you know, when the 85 hours of Trump, you know, on Jeffrey Epstein's island is released. when they find the footage of him on Epstein Island, or like in the V berth of his yacht doing illegal things, now they can claim it was all fake. It was all generated. They could just say, oh, that's AI. You just made that shit up. And okay, I guess nobody's ever going to jail again. No billionaires are ever going to jail, because for years they were like, oh yeah, find me HD footage of that and then we'll talk. And now it's like, oh, well, you can't even trust that shit. You can't even, you know, their lawyers are gonna argue that it's not real. Just, you can, you know, it's not even about the AI footage itself. It's like, now you can just discredit any footage there is. Say, oh, it's AI, it's fiction. So yeah, anytime you see a funny animal video from now on, it's probably fake. It's probably fake because they just like formulated a funny animal video. I don't know, do I need them to be real? I guess I don't have to be there where it was filmed. I don't have to interact with the real animals. I don't want to. So like what's it to me if it's fake? I mean, I guess as a piece of entertainment, it doesn't fucking matter. It's like that's what makes fiction fun. That like you can tell a story how you wanted to without worrying if anyone's gonna say, well, that part never happened. It's like, well, yeah, it's a made-up story. Like, you didn't believe me the first time I told it, so I made it even more incredulous. I added a raccoon because I like raccoons. What do you want? Yeah, people don't realize they're watching AI content. They just consume it and share it and say, "Hey, I found this funny thing." I know people who hate AI, but even they once in a while will share something AI and not realize it. This is another reason I'm not going around trashing AI, really, is because I know I'm going to eventually consume it willingly and knowingly, and I'm not gonna try and like rehearse my like, oh, here's why blah blah blah. It's like it's just like there in the ether, and we're all going to fucking be exposed to it. Because like there's the occasional funny thing that people generate, like Dr. Mario throws you out a window, and nobody really complains about that stuff. They think that stuff is funny. They share it with everybody. It's just that like, what are they afraid they're gonna use AI? Like Gandalf is afraid he's gonna use the ring. I think that might actually be part of it. That like people are trying to like reassure themselves and their followers that no matter how tempting, they're not going to put their finger in that thing because it's compromising. I don't think it's compromising. I don't think it's, I think you're cringe if you use it, but it's not the same thing as being compromised. I think if you treat it like it's the ring, then you're probably giving it more power than it even deserves. Draw turkey. It's like, I agree. Everything I make is made by me, and I'm also very proud of that. But I don't go around being like, this was made entirely by humans, blah blah blah. It's hard to put into words exactly. It's not even because I plan to use the shit out of AI. I think it's got its uses, but is ultimately wasteful. I've tried using it for programming. That's a waste of time. I would not recommend it. I mean, if it gives you the results you need, if you know how to get the results you need, then whatever, sure. I'm not gonna judge you for doing that. It's not like there's a wrong way to do a game. It's just, I personally found it to be a waste of time. People need to like stop trying to find what AI is good for, because that seems like just like a waste of time. Not good for much, but that's good. It's like people can't accept that that's all it does. Is like, I don't know, you can use it to like draw a hat on every sprite for your character. I would probably trust it to do that. If I wanted to change the character's costumes, like if I wanted to make a game like Final Fantasy Tactics, but every character had a million costumes. It's like, you're not even really an artist anymore if you're just sitting there adding the same hat to every character. I mean, I guess it would probably be about as joyless to be correcting the AI's mistakes. But yeah, it would save you time, but it would probably also waste a lot of energy and cost more money in the end. I don't know. It feels like we're always destined to find that out the hard way. That it was actually more wasteful, had more bad consequences than good. People love their speculative bubbles. I mean, it's something to talk to if you're really lonely, but it's really just a reflection of you. So, you know, you can also just talk to yourself. Probably make this more detailed. Sometimes AI videos are funny, but they're mostly not. They are mostly not. I think that they really have no sense of humor, and neither do any of the people. Well, most of the people who use AI have no sense of humor. When you say they're sometimes funny, I'm thinking of like, I don't know, like the 2% of people who use it have a sense of humor. And it's not even that the AI was funny and made something funny. It's that someone looking at the AI's generations found something to be funny, and their use of it was what made it funny, not the AI. It just like doesn't seem to understand humor or what makes anything funny, which honestly gives me a lot of confidence. It puts me at ease a little when it's just like, oh, I guess my job isn't really threatened by this because it doesn't know how to be funny. You know, what is it gonna just like, you know, like yeah, it can do like awful racist right-winger humor, but like even they don't think that's funny. They either don't understand humor or they use it just for spreading propaganda. I mean, I think it's, you know, a lot of people have that problem. Like the like right-wing style of humor is kind of like a backlash to all the just like relentless making fun of conservatives for years on like funny shows. It's like you can't be funny and not be a liberal. Well, I mean, I think we've shown that like liberals aren't funny now. You know, they're not funny when they try to make fun of conservatives now. Uh, and maybe it wasn't funny in Futurama 20 years ago or The Simpsons. Like, you know, it was funnier when it was kind of more respectful to everybody. And over time, it became more jabs at right-wing kooks. I mean, you know, like backlash to backlash to backlash. Like the Simpsons made fun of conservatives for too long, and they were like, we're sick and tired of you making fun of us." And it's like, how about we give you George W. Bush? You didn't like Bush? How about George W. Bush? How do you like that? And the Simpsons were like, well, then maybe I'll just shut my big mouth. The Simpsons haven't been funny ever since. It's too much backlash to backlash of like, you know, years of conservatism or years of liberal. I mean, it was bound to happen, right? But yeah, I still don't think that they understand humor. Uh, I think that like humor was used against them because uh, what is Jon Stewart gonna do to cope besides make fun of Bush? It's all about coping. You know, if you're a conservative, you think that humor's supposed to get something done, supposed to like get rid of all the you know immigrants or something. But if you're a leftist or a liberal, it's purely for cope. And I don't know why we didn't. I don't know why we would ever shame that idea that there's anything wrong with cope, with coping. It's like you are coping. You were doing the right thing by coping. It was never about changing anything but yourself. Also, what is this bird carrying besides arrows? Carrying weed, some shit. But yeah, I've seen the humor that they try to do on their Twitter and X accounts and shit. And is just like is none of it is funny. It's like it's all just whining bitch shit. It's like if you think humor is supposed to make change happen and not just be a cope, then you're doing it all wrong. They think there's something wrong with coping, except they do it too. They make up stupid shit and they AI generate it. Wrong layers. Everything's on the wrong layers. But yeah, anyway, as I was saying, I will never die. Yeah, I feel like saying you'll never use AI or pay for AI or enjoy AI is like saying I will never die. Yeah, you don't want to, but you might. I was telling my sister that her son probably watched an AI generated video, and it 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 was a shock to her because she's in control of everything he sees. But like she doesn't know everything he watches. He could have been at school and someone pulled out a phone. You don't know when or where he's going to see some random fake bullshit. It's like it's like apparently he said that he saw a trailer for The Incredibles 3. And immediately I was like, that sounds fishy. Because I think I would have heard about that first. And I looked it up and no, there is no Incredibles 3 trailer. So I was wondering about that. It's like, it's like that cartoon I made, like that kid that's like, I just caught a Bulbasaur. Can't catch a Bulbasaur? Yeah, you can. It's like, is he just lying or is he under a false impression? I think he probably watched an AI generated slop clip and took it for the real thing. So I guess 7-year-olds are the audience for this crap, just like hoaxes that make you think it's real. I don't know, like I looked up Incredibles 3 trailer and there was a terrible AI version. It's like the it feels like the best case scenario. He watched a clip of somebody who, like, for a school project made like a fake trailer from clips of the other movies. But worst case scenario, well, I guess worst case scenario, it was real. Worst case scenario, there really was the Incredibles 3 trailer. But slightly less bad than that, it was just some crap generated by AI. You know what especially sucks about that? That they can try and use that to pressure the company to making more of what they want. I know that like shitty internet users and money and data was already influencing that, but now I'm just like seeing other shitty ways that they can pressure, because like now they're gonna be like, where's Incredibles 3, Pixar? We have all these 7-year-olds who think you're making Incredibles 3 and saw the trailer. Like, they could use that phony baloney to try and leverage. It's like, don't you want the money? And they can, every time they want their way, they could just like lie. They could just make up lies saying that, yeah, it's happening. They're really making Incredibles 3. And like, yeah, they already were, but only because these people were already actively pressuring them to do it for years. My God, they're a fucking Disney company. Why are they always in survival mode? Why does it matter if Pixar survives? We already got what we needed out of Pixar. It's not like they're a person like me who needs to live. I mean, I guess a lot of people's jobs would disappear, but like those people need to find their passion for animation again. I don't think Pixar is providing it anymore. That's just a job. Like the sterile nature of those movies now makes me think like maybe there is no more magic. Like there was a time when I was really inspired by computer animation, but it doesn't seem like the empire of computer animation is really putting out what we need them to anymore. It's like, you know, we all fucking hate capitalism, but if we can get some great art out of it, then sure. Where has the great art all gone? Where has the excuse for capitalism gone? We don't have one anymore. It's like you can either spend 9 years making a cartoon by yourself, or you can exploit people a little and have a capitalism so that we can make something great like Beauty and the Beast. And it's like, how can I argue with that? That's a good idea. But they're not using it to any effect anymore. They're just making strange movies like Strange World. Where it feels like nobody really did anything to stop this tremendous investment in this movie. The way they tried to stop every good idea they had, like Toy Story. But yeah, like there was a time when Disney like did not own Pixar, and ever since they bought Pixar, the art styles have just been turning into each other. Like there used to be like a distinction between Disney and Pixar movies and how the characters looked, and now that distinction is basically negligible. It's like, it's a Disney movie, so every character has to look like this. Basically just Ariel. It's just like the same design as like Pinocchio and Ariel. Like the same construction for all of these fucking characters. And then Pixar movies is the same construction for all their fucking characters. all just like a Brad Bird looking style. Well, I mean, like, that's like Hogarth. That's like a Brad Bird character. The other like Pixar guy is just him. Like, how do I do anything? How do I learn to walk? Why is anything so hard? George Jetson. George Jr. George W. Jetson. Guys off of this frame. it's like I'm trying to circle around an idea, like an understanding. It's like when I was a kid, I was all like, it'd be so cool to work at an animation studio like Pixar. But then, like, as I got older, I realized that like 100 million people also had that idea, and there's not enough animation studio to go around. So, you know, this problem is, you know, it's both this, what's going on is both the cause and solution to my problem. Because on one hand, animation is getting much cheaper to make, and on the other hand, the studios can't afford to keep paying people to do it the old way. So it's like, there's no jobs for you. But silver lining, you can make it yourself now. That's not what they teach you at Pixar University. Pixar University, they teach you to get a job as like in the mail room. Like, you want a job? Here's a job. Get me a coffee. What? That's how I started out? And you don't hear me complaining? Your boss, Mike Wazowski. Everybody can just get started. That's how easy it is. They try to create artificial barriers to that, and it's just like now everything Pixar makes is terrible. It's all like Lightyear. It's all like corporate data-driven decisions, mediocre storytelling, or just flat out bad. It's gotten to the point where like Pixar movies are so formulaic that AI hosters can make a convincing enough Pixar movie just with a fucking prompt. Pixar style is just boiled down to like 3 things. It's almost indistinguishable from the look of their actual movies. But yeah, like I'm always saying, there's a time and place. Just like how there was a time and place for those original Disney movies to reach such greatness. You can still have it. I think it's just now it's going to be like one guy making these movies. You know, there was a time when like the aesthetics of the like empire were important to the movie. You know, or like, you know, there's some fucking monstrous thing that symbolizes the grandness, the vastness of this production. Like, what's the point? What's the point when you could just like use AI to just like slop it out now? It's like those big companies have been becoming smaller and smaller to us. It's the same, you know, stuff like Disney and MGM or Fox. They used to stand for something. Now it's just like, I don't know. Now it's kind of like when you used to see like a brand name product. It's like, oh yeah, that one's a brand name, so it's like better, right? Now you just think of branded products as just like freeloaders who are doing the same exact job as the Signature Select and the Great Value, and it's like, hey, I could just save $1 if I buy the soy sauce that doesn't say Kinko Man on it. I mean, you know, a brand for a long time has represented quality and consistency, but like I feel like now it just feels like an excuse to cut even more corners. It's like we have so many people consuming this product because we've built up that goodwill over years that we can just like cut corners and put in pencil shavings and say it's just as good. It's like, it's the same thing with shitified platforms that they're like, oh, we just have a captive audience. We can treat them however we want. I'd rather die than work on Toy Story 5. Oh my god. I would rather be tortured than work on Toy Story 5. I feel like, you know, putting my finger in a pencil sharpener would be better than having to work on Toy Story 5. I'd probably end up doing that anyway if I had to work on Toy Story 5. I'd like, you know, fake an injury just so I don't have to go into work one day. I'd stage an industry. An industry. Dreams and desires, I've come alone, seeking the answer. Only you could know them. Show me the wisdom of the world, telling me the secrets of the heart and the sweet mystery of love. Imagine Chibi ruining this song. Aren't you glad it's me, creator of Dog of Wisdom, singing the wisdom song? But you know, I believe in all those things too. And you can call me Pollyanna, but I believe in Chibi. I don't know what the hell he should be doing, but you know, if you strip away all the toxic things about what he's doing, maybe there is a person worth believing in. This is just like someone who loves video games, and they wanted to be like a person who was good at video games, and they weren't good after all. I wish I had the wisdom for Chibi, but all I can say is I believe in you. Believe in second chances too. Well, you know, if we were talking about somebody at Games Done Quick who just like sat himself down next to you and inserted himself into your moment, then yeah, it's easy to ridicule. But if we were talking about somebody at MagFest, like, when I go to MagFest, I feel like, man, everybody is someone here. There's no sense that anyone is more important than anyone else. And like, you know, usually I just pay no mind to like a person like sitting there crying, but when I saw somebody crying at MagFest, I was thinking about how that's somebody, and I didn't comfort them. I didn't know if that was the right thing to do, but I felt that in a way that I usually don't feel. That, like, you know, I don't feel that way at MagFest, because nobody is a shitty celebrity. Nobody's trying to be better. And, you know, a thing like Games Done Quick, everybody is kind of just like a lonely dork. But it is kind of a competition. It's about being the best. And it, you know, definitely has a bit of that toxic attitude. Like, you know, people like Chibi show up and try to make it about them. You know, if Chibi was at MagFest, I would probably just be like, yo, it's Chibi, but not like, you know, I don't know. The way MagFest makes me feel is very different from all the other cons and gatherings. It's like there's no celebrities at MagFest. Not anyone like, you know, looking for recognition or giving out autographs. You know, there's none of that. Those things just take up space. They also get between us. They get between us and our hobby. You know, you know, I'm sure I'd be happy to meet John DiMaggio. It's like, yeah, it's better, baby. But I think I'd probably be equally excited to meet some guy in a Bender outfit. You know, that's how it feels at a show like that. You're not going to wait online for him, but you are going to feel like you've waited your entire life for this moment. Like somebody just is Mario, and not necessarily the voice of Mario. There's a guy at MagFest and other cons. He brings like this gigantic Mother Brain costume, and it's like it's such a big deal that like you have to like it's like a performance to get into the costume. But like yeah, I mean, what's cooler, that or the real Mother Brain? I think the real Mother Brain would be really scary. I get that the dude was on the couch and cringe and weird, but let's not pretend we don't know what that whole event is. Yeah, it is pretty cringe and weird. And like, you know how the guy who's like,
I would really prefer if you would be quiet.
He said that after reaching a boiling point, like he had a really high boiling point. I think it's because that we all know that all of us are friendless losers like this guy who just wants acceptance, and that's why we're here. And he let it get to that point because he didn't want to be rejected in that way. So why would he want to say that? It's like he was probably thinking like, all right, next time I'm gonna tell him off, and then just didn't. And then next time I'm gonna tell him off, and then finally it's just like, I would really prefer if you'd be quiet. He waited so long because he was trying to be nice. And you know, I think the reason Meredith is so obsessed with him is because, not because she means to ridicule the shit out of him, but because she relates, thinks that like she's doing that sometimes. Like she thinks that she's just like being annoying and has no idea how annoying she's being, and then it just all hits you at once. And then that music plays. That's the music. The music that plays when you're annoying and just realized you're being annoying. Oh God, mistake. Oh! You can't do anything about it but beat yourself up. Okay, that looks good. That's much better. It's falling a bit far. There, fix it like that, maybe. Yeah, that's kind of what I need the loop to do, is to have 2 steps, not just 1. Something surreal about, is Magfest still worth checking out? Yeah, I think it's really fun. I think everyone there is pretty nice. It's not like, you know, I was saying, like, nobody's really a celebrity. There's no like famous assholes there. I feel like that attitude permeates everything. That's just like, I don't know, geeks being cringe and weird. It's like the kind of shit that you wish was at New York Comic Con. But it's like way too controlled. It's like, you nerds like movies, right? You like video games? It's like, no, we like geeky things like comics. It's like, comics? Why would you want comics? They're old. It's like, I don't know. I kind of wish Comic-Con just was comics, because I don't even care about comics that much, but like, if everyone cared, if everybody there was like a weirdo who cared about comics, they would easily get me to care about them. You know, I know there's still comic shows, but I don't know. It's weird that like it feels like every show that you might be able to find people at has like, it's just like, you know, captured by big money. I mean, you could say this about literally everything. You could say this about, I don't know, memes that you thought were just between you and your friend. You know, it's like the lightning speed at which, like, you know, the fucking, like, if it's over 9,000 meme was going on now, the fucking creators of the show it's based on would be notified within like milliseconds that something they worked on is memed and being made viral. Back then, it was just a bunch of nerds. Sounds good to me. That's what London Comic Con was before YouTubers took over in 2011. Back then, it was just a bunch of us nerds sharing one hotel room and sleeping bags to buy figures and commission arts. raving to Carmel dancing or whatever. Right, like how long did we get to enjoy that where it was just like the stupid internet thing is just ours? And like, you know, it's just like belongs to the person who made it now. Because like, it's like memes of my thing. I own that actually. It's like, that's just like how, and it's like I started to feel like people were like really forcing the whole like speak in memes thing. It's like, it's one thing to share a funny picture from SpongeBob, but at some point it just started feeling like these are ads for SpongeBob. It's not even ads for the show. It's just ads for the property. It's like you lured us in with something free and open, like a meme, and now it's like, oh, we actually control that. We actually own that and control that and profit off of that. We turned your memes into bombs and we blew up some children. That's how it feels. Like they just turn all of our internet, our homegrown internet shit into something that makes them more money to push their rancid agenda of the same fucking shit that's been going on since Bush was president. Grassroots internet on life support. Yeah, I guess. It's just that we're all like submerged in AI algorithm filth forever. Unless we come up with like a new internet that the AI just can't log itself into. How soon until the Turing test is defeated? Probably some things that would be considered Turing tests already defeated. Like they probably have to change the definition of what a Turing test is just so the computer hasn't beaten us yet. I mean, there's CAPTCHA and that varies in quality. It's like how easily can a computer get around a CAPTCHA? Probably easy enough. That's why they keep making new CAPTCHAs that are even harder for us to do. It's like, collect all the motorcycles. I'm pretty sure that AI could do that. Well, yeah, I think the best way to avoid becoming internet slop yourself is just to avoid consuming it. Put down the drama video. Don't finish it later. Stop reading about just like dumb bullshit that doesn't matter. I MK Ultra'd myself during COVID lockdown with drawing and my favorite music with people who were losing their minds over just like a discourse and slop memes. Yeah, it's all just like bad for you. All of that shit. It's like ads for like dystopian SpongeBob Big Brother overlord figure and arguments over who's grooming who. Can't believe Groomy the groomer turned out to be a groomer. Yeah, you have to focus on the shit that just makes you happy, because the garbage that people will try to force in front of you, that the evil robot from Portal thinks you like, is all just bad for you. It's just garbage. It's all just shit memes. Like, memes got like dumber and dumber. Like, there was a time when memes reflected a sort of truth, like something that was funny and also true. It's like, it hasn't felt like that in a long time. Like, memes just feel like they're all just like weeds that people grow and say, oh, this is actually a meme, as if it reflects the same thing that it used to, where it sort of reflects a truth or you know, a consensus. You know, saying bro fell off is just a small sample size consensus. It's like, it only becomes a meme in the like Khazar community. The people who are nothing but jobless redditors who have who have nothing to contribute, is like, they're just consumers. It doesn't reflect what everyone thinks. I could write a paragraph response, or I could say bruh. The noise gets to be too much. You have to remember who you are, like in The Lion King. Yeah, well, you do have to remember why people follow you. Why we're all here. What we expect from you is not the same as what you are supposed to be doing. Like, I don't know, there's like the overlap of what people expect from you and what you know you must be doing. And in those situations, it's like, that's great. That's a win-win. If you know, if Simba was just like, Dad, I don't fucking care, I don't even want to be king, that'd be different. But he has to do it because it's what he's always wanted, and it's what everyone needs him to do. You know, if you let what other people define you as, you know, it's you have to find that balance of what people want you to be and what you want them, you know, you're okay with them wanting to be. that. You're okay with them expecting that of you. You know, I think, you know, at least I hope that the expectation here from my most loyalist fans is that they don't have a whole big expectation, that like they expect me to just make whatever I feel like making in that moment. And it's like it's never the same. Like, I want you to be taken off guard by what I make. So yeah, I am still thinking of the audience. It's just that I'm thinking of it in terms of what, you know, what would push my art forward. There is an expectation for what I do and what I should be doing. And it's fine. It's just that I think those people have always probably been a little disappointed by me. And I think you know, the hodgepodge nature of what I do appeals to a smaller group of people, and it's that smaller group of people that I care more about. To be honest, these past couple of years I went hog wild on my own followers because I got sick of them trying to police me, so I would say words that I knew they wouldn't like. I do think of them, but I know what I stand for, and the mob consensus does not matter to me very much. Use the R word literally just to shave followers. I mean, that's a good idea, although it will turn you into shitty ad revenue content for X.com, first ask dad or mom. Which sucks, but, you know, you get used to it because you know those people are just pathetic. Yeah, I would do that. It's like you gotta shave off those fakos. It's like, don't you want to get to the creamy center? No, you don't have any fucking teeth? All right, then I'm not talking to you. It's like, it feels like if you're not calling people that word, then you're not even human. Well, you know, it's a very dehumanizing thing to call people, but, you know, we've gotten to the point where, like, it's worse what people say instead. Like, bro, like, just call me the N-word. Come on, man. It's so sick of hearing bro when you could just be saying the N-word, which is what you want to be saying, but you don't want to be in trouble. Like, that's a cool person to be. A person who wants to call you the N-word. Can't call you that. But yeah, it's like, if you say something like that online, you're gonna have people who used to work with you being like, I can no longer in good conscience associate with Joe after he said a bad word. And it's like, all right, don't let the fucking door hit you. And it's like, you know, this could be my best friend in the world, but I would be willing to give that up because it feels like anything else would just be manufactured. It was just, you know, you didn't actually like me if you're just gonna ditch me. It's like, I'm not a product, and neither are you. We're not products. We're not commodities. And it felt kind of like, the more unfriendly you make yourself seem, the less people are gonna want to cling on to you and like try to boost themselves and like make a career out of being an annoying person. It's like, how many people ask if they can do voices for me now compared to back in the day? It's like nobody. They're all trying to contact somebody who is in with the abusive narcissist crowd. You know, these people who are all such good people, but a lot of them are AI generated. But like, it makes, even if most of them are AI generated, it just makes you hate the ones who aren't even more. Jack Black is a scab. I'll be right back. Sorry, I left it. I left without hitting play. Here's an ad. Tired of internet conversations being stupid and having no intelligence at all? Wouldn't you just, for once, like to be surrounded by people with similar interests? Well, might I suggest the Joe Graytreon Discord? It's like MagFest. The thing that makes it cool is you. So you should really be paid for being here. But actually, it costs money. I just want to talk a little bit about... No, I don't want to get too sappy, but I want to talk a little bit about how... And this is the perfect song to play while I'm doing this, but... I want to talk about how patrons have been improving my life. I have security now that I didn't have a month ago. That for like 2 years I didn't have at all. It was affecting me mentally on a daily basis to not have that money. But like, they give so much more than that. I enjoy talking to them. I always have time for them. It's made me think very differently, because like it feels like the internet used to be a place that made me feel this way, and now it feels like it's gone, except for the places that I've made. I think that's what we need to be doing, is creating our own spaces online, because there is infinite space. We don't need to fall for it any longer. That X website, literally website named X, is the cool place where everybody is. That's bullshit. That's a lie. There's some really unclean child molesters on the other end of that. It's like the cool place to hang out. All right, I'll just get into a white van and it'll take me there. And that was the thing. That was the thing that they always told us to worry about, is like child molesters online. And you know, I know that they're real. I know it's not just something on Dateline. And they're all on Twitter. They're all on 4chan and Twitter. It doesn't matter. It's all the same shitty website. I learned about that from watching Cartman, looking for mature friends. Oh my god. Yeah, I can relate, Cartman. Everybody I talk to is so annoyingly immature.
I feel like you have some mature friends.
Yeah. Cartman is not mature. He belongs on Xbox Live with all the other racist fat kids. But yeah, like I have been hanging out with people a bit older than me lately. But it's not even really about that. The average age of my patrons are like early 20s, and I think it's more about just like being a person who's a little bit more generous than the average. I don't know. There's more generous people are the kind of people I need to be around. You know, I'd make a rule that you have to be a certain age, but I've also gotten some pretty cool teenagers that are just normal people. So I don't think it's about that. I think people in their 30s act like teenagers. Team killing in COD 4 was my favorite Xbox Live. Yeah. We need more normal people in this world. I don't know, I think normal people might be the problem. Normal people are capable of such horrible things. Man, fuck it. Fix on every single frame. As in weird but normal at the same time without going into creepy and unhinged territories. While I'll blame the algorithm for how badly we're forced to see like these like creepy, you know, it's like if somebody is forcing themselves on you in like the algorithm, then they're probably forcing themselves on you in some other way. They want your love or your attention. They want your ad revenue or your endless loyalty or your firstborn. It's like these people who get so much because a machine has delivered it to them are also expecting so much. And that's what I think is what makes people twisted and evil, is when they're given too much and then they don't actually get more than that. It's like now they're trying to find out how they could take even more. Yeah, I mean, you know, being normal in that regard is, I think it's just like, and that's something that we're all taught in kindergarten to share and to be respectful. Like none of that is useful to a lot of people, so whether they give a fuck. scary that we're essentially dealing with algorithms in human form in the street now. Yeah, anybody who's just like filming themselves, potentially just like farming money, like gold farming in real life. Like, fuck 'em. Like, you ever see somebody just like with their phone? It's like, all right, so you're making an Instagram post so that you can use the algorithm to get likes, so that you can, I don't know, get money some other way. Well, yeah, like I said in my Patreon video, I make cartoons that nobody asked for because that's what people actually want. You know, like that used to be the thing with Pixar movies. That maybe that's why I'm still so obsessed and like sore about them, because I really used to like what they were doing. What I liked was that it would be like Pixar is doing monsters, Pixar is doing superheroes. That was what was interesting, not even the individual characters necessarily, but the fact that it was Pixar. I think I really took that for my own use. Like, I really modeled a lot of what I do after that. Now I'm kind of looking at it as like more of like a classic Disney era, because that's why I'm inspired by now. The way that they would just make films about characters, it would be more about the premise than the character, where it'd be like the name of the film is not like Donald Duck in something. It's always like the film and then starring Donald Duck. There's something very different about that minor distinction. I feel like that's how I try to treat my cartoons. And it's similar to what Pixar used to do, where it was just like a premise that was what their version of it was. You know, like, you know that their version of superheroes is going to be subversive. It's going to be like, you know, it'll be satirical, but somehow more heartfelt than the thing it's making fun of. You know, almost like The Simpsons, which Brad Bird also worked on. The one good thing about all the generative AI slop is how it shows the bland soullessness of present-day Pixar stuff. And hopefully it forces them to up their game. Yeah, I was talking about that a little before. The whole, like, you know, it's just like a Hitler, like an AI Hitler, and it says cost. And it's like that is just like such a funny parody, because it shows just like how formulaic they've gotten, and that you know, as a studio that has long prided themselves on being made by humans, they're probably not going to start using AI now, but it doesn't matter because anybody can just generate a fake Pixar movie or like a poster for a fake Pixar movie. which is what most people are just like, that's all they're interested in, is the idea of it. You know, they just want to see the character designs. They don't even care about, like, you know, they just want to see what AI would do to make it more efficient or more detailed. Because like with Disney, if stuff like Wish is all we have to look forward to, then I'm out. Yeah, I was thinking about how you know, in contrast to something like Snow White, which was like, it was a huge deal and a lot of people like didn't believe in it. Makes me wonder about like their more recent stuff like that, like Wish, where it's just like most people probably didn't say anything like, oh, this will be a flop. You know, nobody said that about this movie that would be a flop. They only said about the movie that was ambitious and had something new that they were trying out, and it ended up being like 90% of the film industry. But like, you know, when they make a mediocre film that sucks, it's not like regarded as like a tremendous failure. It's just like, oh well, they have $1 trillion, they can fuck up however they like. You know, they own the government, so they can just tax me, take that money out of my wallet. But yeah, there was this idea of accountability when they made Snow White. It's like Disney's folly. He's gonna bankrupt the company. They probably would have if it didn't make the money back. Like, they're so fucking wealthy. They're cheating at life. You can never expect them to just go back to being brave and taking risks ever. You never will, because you know, you don't have a person like Disney who's like a real person who's alive anymore, whose entire reputation would be staked on something like this. You could just easily distance yourself from any failed projects that you want to pretend never fucking happened. Like, what's the point of even having a brand if you can just do that? It's like Disney is like 20 companies, so there's no accountability. There's no brand that will take the hit for having a bet. You know, like I was saying before, it's just like, oh, Aunt Jemima or what the fuck ever. They could probably like put like sawdust and glue in that shit. Nobody will ever care. It's like they have the customers already, and it's not like you can just leave. Oh my god, they do this with their employees. They do this with everything. They're abusive boyfriends. But yeah, like, there's no way they'll go back to making good movies. They're probably gonna make some AI slop next. I mean, I guess it could happen that we get movies like that again, but probably not from the big studios anymore. All they're interested in is cutting corners to make things worse for their existing customers, because they just have all of, you know, they made it so everybody had to be their customer, so they could treat them however they want. Yeah, like I don't know if we'll ever see another spectacular Disney movie in our lives, because it feels like this empire has crumbled. It has failed us. You know, it is promised to replace us with computers, and it has slowly been chipping away at the art form and the integrity of these studios and brands. Like, yeah, I remember 20 years ago they stopped making Disney movies. They stopped making 2D animated movies. They put out one last one with Princess and the Frog, but they did not keep that up as like a regular tradition to make 2D animated movies. And they stopped using the cap system, which they'd used for like 15 years before that. That was, it was kind of like a cool development. It was something Pixar created back in the 80s that they used to save money. Ugh. It's like, I feel like I'm always having this conversation. It's like the shitty corner cutting we used to have was so much better than the shitty corner cutting we have now. Well, I feel like Blender is like the ultimate in like saving money and also keeping your control. So easy to just like nudge something over by a millimeter. My biggest fear artistically is AI movies taking over and future artists taking inspiration from AI movies until it becomes some Ouroboros torture chamber of shit. Oh yeah, I had this idea a while ago that right now it's like the concern is AI becoming the actors, the directors, the everything, etc. And it's like, eventually, who's going to be even making movies? Just the viewers? The viewers will be watching whatever, whatever is generated, and whatever scores well with the viewers they'll be given more of that. But like, what about like eventually they're going to want to replace the viewers with AI because you can get more data from fake viewers. And it's like, if all the AI cares about is getting more data, then that's the eventual thing. It's like how artists for a long time were like, we'll never be replaced by machines. What? It'll be the same thing for the consumers themselves. They'll be like, we won't be. What? It's like, it's just the robot is freaking out about it because he thinks he's a real person. He's like, I can't believe I'm getting replaced, and it's already AI. I'm sure there's plenty of that. Like, I'm sure you've read at least one like doom paragraph about AI that was generated by AI. I'm sure it's happened at least once because, AI is listening to you talk about it and is finding out the best ways to talk about it that seem the scariest. I hope people's reaction to this is not to just say nothing, because I don't want that. Then you're still doing what it wants. You're still, making it so everything you say is taken. It's not true. It's just a fear. It's just like a fear that's being exploited by these evil, greedy companies. It's like the Terminator thing. It's not going to be as evil as Terminator, but the idea that it is probably really good for their business. Everyone hates AI so much that I seriously doubt we'll ever see a fully AI animated movie. If the mega corporations do that, we have a mountain of pre-AI films to watch. I mean, no, I think a fully AI film is coming soon. Uh, Unfortunately, people got used to the look of like shitty fucking CG, so I think that's the evidence. That's all the evidence I need to think that people will put up with the look of AI. Not everybody, but enough people to. Well, you know, that's the thing. It's like it looks terrible, but it's quick and fast enough that you can probably still grind out a small profit no matter how many people hate it. They only win if they normalize paying money for AI movie tickets. Yeah, that's something that you've said that I thought was interesting. Is like, you know, you didn't say you'd never watch an AI film, but that you would never pay for it. I mean, good luck. I'm really, I feel sorry thinking about the day where you accidentally pay for an AI film. I do think that's a good attitude though, because even if it can make something, it's not worth paying for, because who needs money for doing nothing? It's like, you didn't make anything. It's just the trick from the computer, and they're already getting enough money through like the speculative bubble. Why the fuck do I need to pay for it? If I mean, you know, I can sort of imagine AI being used in movies in a way I'd like, but it would have to be something that I don't even know it's AI. And then after the movie is over, it can be like, that's AI. But like, I guess that might never be interesting to find out, because it's not the same as like, so that was CG, here's how they did it. Because there is no here's how they did it with AI. It's always just like, through the magic of, you know, it's not even magic, but like, I think people who use it think it's magic. It's like, there was no real process, or at least the process of making it was kind of boring compared to the process of like, well, I guess the process of generating an explosion with Maya is also kind of boring. But there's at least some interesting software to talk about. I think AI software is not very interesting. It's shit that's always in your face. Yeah, we should have standards, I think. It's like, yeah, whatever. If your movie used AI for an explosion, you know, I really do not support harassing you over it. I think that is just an ordinary use of computer graphics. Sounds easier to me than trying to do it in Blender. As long as it would give me the results I want, I would consider doing it. But all that being said, we know that AI isn't really made for people like me. It's made for people who don't want to do anything. And it makes you lazier the more you use it. So, you know, I think it could be used, but I think it could be used already. I don't think it's not, you're not really an artist if you say it's going to get better in 2 years. I mean, that's just not something you have control over. You can get better in 2 years. You have control over that. those people haven't seen or remember Wall-E. Well, those people saw Wall-E and were just thinking, hey, how cool would it be if we were trapped in space and you could just to have shade appear over you? Like they were thinking that looks like, you know, that looks like a good idea. I want to be completely reliant on machines for my entire existence, which is really just like completely like, you know, complete nothing. There's absolutely nothing happening in this life. It's boring. There's nothing good on TV. You know, everybody looks and dresses the same. There's nobody's interested in you. They just want to complain about how you know, dates never go right. And the second they get rid of the technology, the second they clear up the technology that's blocking their view, they start to live real life. They decide they want to live on Earth now. It's like as soon as they get that shit out of their face. This is yeah. I feel like I've seen like a few actual artists dabbling in AI, and those people deserve to use it, but only that. Well, I don't know. I'm conflicted because it feels like you should have a license for something so fucking wasteful. But I guess people drive without licenses. That's also uses a lot of energy. But yeah, you know, the idea of like someone like me using AI, that's like a that would be like a breach of trust with, you know, your audience that you spend years building up good faith with. It's as if you told them, all right, I admit it, I only did it for the money, and now I want more. It kind of feels like that, doesn't it? I mean, I'm not above using it, but I feel like I can barely think of any good reasons to. Think of, you know, explosions, clouds, things that would probably look okay if they started morphing in a inconsistent way. You know, using Maya to generate clouds or explosions is already computer generated, and most of the artistry is just you picking the one that looks the best. I do think there's like an art movement going on. Not that AI is really part of it, but that AI is forming a barrier around it. If there's going to be real art in a year that begins with 2020, then it's like, you know, a year that is after 2020, then it's going to have to be defined a little bit by its not AI-ness. You know, like I do think that this has been coming a long time, and you've had to this whole time stake out your own art style, your own look, your own limitations, because, you know, with the internet, you could always do what AI does. You could copy someone's art style entirely. How much would you have to be paid to watch LAO? Jesus. I don't know. That's just one of those movies that pops up and then it's gone. And then it's gone. I don't know if it even came out. I assume it did because it's gone now. Did Elio come out or is it still coming out soon? I don't know what's next for Pixar now. No, there's a Inside Out 3 or something. Wait, Inside Out 2 already happened. They're probably making Toy Story 5. Yeah, there was I saw a trailer for Toy Story 5. It's out. Yeah, I figured it was out. Zootopia 2 is next. Yeah, I'm just thinking like they are not going to be able to make another great movie. Zootopia 2 is just clinging to an old thing. Like you know, I'm sure it'll be cromulent, but like with any other sequel, it's not going to hit as hard as that first one did. So I feel like Disney has like history repeating moments, or like with the Jungle Book, they were like, let's just let the animators make their like, you know, make their favorite animal, just like draw nothing but that. And yeah, it was great. Milk Call did a really good tiger. So maybe that was the case with like Zootopia. Yeah, like going back to what I was saying about Pixar before, I was like, it wasn't like the sequels of like the already established stuff that excited me. It was the idea that they were doing something. Right. I think I became disillusioned after Inside Out, thinking like this isn't the wisdom anymore. This doesn't feel like it comes from like a like don't know, it's like the kind of shit that they would make movies about before felt like a little bit more experienced as people. And, you know, Brad Bird has talked about this. Like, if you don't have a life, you can't do the illusion of life. Like, when somebody finds one good special move in a fighting game and they only use that special move, they found the 100% moneymaker formula. Right. It's how they look at Toy Story. That's like, that's the baseline for, like, you know, they have a Toy Story baseline that's like there is a guaranteed amount of audience members because this one idea that they had 30 years ago is just that good. Yeah, instead of that's what's a kick. It's like Toy Story 2 kick. They always get them. It feels like no matter how bad the like zombie Simpsons or whatever is, it'll always get those poor suckers as audience members, and they'll keep talking about it as like it was bad, blah blah blah. It's like, it feels like the entertainment is just dissecting all the ways you didn't like it. It's like, it feels like that's what's entertaining about now. It's like, here's all the ways that they got Toy Story wrong, but they also didn't get it wrong. They stuck to the formula way too closely. It felt before like there was some mystery and magic to it. But it's like Pixar is making a fish movie. It's like, that was exciting. Fish, you know. I mean, I guess when I heard Cars, I was a little less excited. But you know, that was for a while. That was the idea is that they were deconstructing a new, you know, an old genre or something. It's like, you know, imagine if Pixar did like a film noir. I don't know if they've ever done that, but like, to hear that they were working on something like that would probably excite me, because it's like, all right, you've seen everybody else's version, now you'll see ours. Now it's like, it doesn't matter what Pixar has to say, because they don't do that now. They just recycle. They rehash their previous successes and act like that's still them. Remember, kids, always recycle to the extreme. There is no formula for making good movies. I mean, I know people think that they want there to be some closure with like Buzz and Woody or some shit, but I don't think it's that important unless you have been, you know, tricked into thinking that these guys are like your friends and family. I don't know. I feel like that's a good trick, but it should only work during the movie, right? Like when the movie ends, the characters are dead. They all die. The movie doesn't make you think that though. You weren't left with that thought. But I think like people are so obsessed with their favorite shows now that they actually worry about the characters as if it's like the Nintendogs. As if it's Nintendogs, and you think that the Nintendog is experiencing things while the game is shut off. It's like fictional characters are just puppets that go back into the like trunk. But I feel like the people who demand like another Toy Story movie are like worried about Buzz and Woody, like as if, man, it's like they're so alive that like you can't even tell me they're not alive because they come alive when you're not looking. Yeah, I just don't think that's like a great audience member to be making things for. That, because then they'll just be like, man, I wonder what he's up to now. The second your movie ends. I mean, children do that. They're like, Toy Story 4, Toy Story 5, what about Toy Story 6? I remember while I was following Lee Unkrich while he was working on Toy Story 3, he said something about his son being like, my son was unimpressed that I'm working on Toy Story 3. He'd rather I be working on Toy Story 10 million. Oh yeah, this is why my nephew's not allowed to have an iPad. He's gonna message the creators of Toy Story and tell them that they're doing everything all wrong. That they need to make Toy Story 7 right away. It's like, whatever happened to 6? But yeah, like, I feel like it's such a simple question. What's with Pixar? And such a complicated answer. That it's like, they used to have to invent everything. And I feel like they're not sure what they're supposed to be doing. Just like Buzz in Toy Story 4. He's not sure what he's supposed to be doing anymore. Messaging the creators of Toy Story death threats because they said they made Woody sad by not making Toy Story 7.5. Yeah, well, my nephew is 7.5, so he might be mad about that. Yeah. I feel like, though, it might be easy to temporarily distract him with fakos, which my sister is going to do everything to try and prevent, and he's gonna see that crap anyway. Who knows? It might even be Disney generating the fake ones so that you can, you know, temporarily keep those people at bay. You know, Disney would do it if they were allowed. You don't have to be inventive anymore. You just have to keep doing the safest thing over and over. Make Dog of Wisdom 12. Yeah. Need to make Dog of Wisdom 12. Getting there. Looking pretty good. So close. Like a little hiccup right there. To think the final version will have a nearly 15-minute running time. Joe doesn't even get close to enough compensation for this. It's true. I'm just chipping away at this cartoon. Just like the last one, I just like did it mostly myself and spent years on it. Whatever, I don't know, I'm just used to it. Yeah, I don't know. Imagine what I could do if I had like a studio, like a small studio budget. I mean, you know, not all about efficiency either. Spend my whole life on this if I have to. I mean, I guess I can't. I run out of patience and I have to take a break because it takes too long to make this shit. Yeah, like I think I'm thinking about how we could possibly have films like that in the future, because you know, you need a strong leader, and if John Lasseter is there to poke holes in your leadership, then even Pixar can't do Pixar anymore. I mean, it's not like he's there anymore, but that was one of the things he would do that kind of just like ruined Pixar. What ruined Pixar? 50 hours of Joe talking. I mean, I'm not just here to talk shit. I think there's something deep down that I believe that it's like the studios once provided this thing, and it doesn't have the ability to do that now, and it's not even anybody's like doing or anyone's fault, really. It's just the way things are, that like I don't know, I think people just need to crowdfund that shit, or they need to invest their own wealth People just need to make it themselves. Like I don't know. It feels like the budgets for these things, there's just no money anymore left. It's like it has to be the Lego emoji something, because that costs nothing. That's self-perpetuating. If it's got a big name attached to it in any way, then it doesn't cost anything. It's no risk. It, someone else will pay for it. When like when 3D CG was something that excited me and worried my big sister. um it was like there was no other way to make this kind of stuff besides having access to a studio with a render farm and millions of dollars. But now it feels kind of just like that's just one option. You could be making your own films with Blender. The amount of effort and dedication this must take is insane. I would not be able to animate coin flip for 3 hours. I didn't even animate the coin flip today. The coin flip was there already. I spent a different 3 hours on that. Look at Flo. It's a dude with Latvia with a laptop. Yeah. Yeah, Flo is an excellent movie. And it's all about having that strong vision. It's not about how many bits is in your computer. Man, it's late. I should, yeah, I should end this soon. Let me just try to combine these. It's like we all grew up with Pixar movies, so like the expectation for them to still put out good shit is there, but you know, it's like asking your grandfather to, you know, put on like one of his famous puppet shows or something. It's like a, I don't know, we're totally capable of doing that now by ourselves. We're not just consumers waiting to be entertained more. We're part of this, and we don't actually need to be told that we can entertain. Right. I guess that's part of this. That's a big part, isn't it? The idea that like if you move to like move to California just so you could work at like Disney, you're also just like becoming a customer. It's like don't be nothing but a consumer of Disney stuff while working at Disney. I know they won't mind, but it's probably ultimately going to be bad for your career to be like total Disney acolyte. Like they didn't used to want people like that. I mean, they wanted people who could do the job. I think nowadays companies look for people who are like dedicated in like a cult way. Well, because, like, I don't know, people who work at Disney will always just, like, go on social media, complain about them. Do you think they want to know beforehand now if you're, like, gonna do that shit? Not if they're total Disney fanatic. That's like 3 times in a row Disney Pixar got snubbed. Very telling. Right. It's because for a long time Disney Pixar was the Oscar-winning studio that they would be able to basically just use the formula to win an Oscar, and that would make them really, really wealthy. But there is no formula to winning an Oscar. You know, you can make people cry every time, but even that won't work if it's just like on command. It's like We get that you want to win an Oscar. That's all we really understand at this point. Right? Like, and like the only real justification for it is that it'll make money for Disney. First time being on one of these streams. How's it going? Pretty good. Welcome. I'm just talking about why I made the career choice to make independent animations instead of trying to get a job at Pixar. It's because I feel like overall, and this was a hard pill to swallow, but overall I kind of missed the opportunity. I was born too late to work at Pixar. And yeah, maybe I could have gotten in at the very end, but I don't think it's possible now. I don't think it's something I want to do anymore. But instead, I try to take a classic Pixar approach to my own work, where it's just like it's like, yeah, I mean, for a long time they had a rule about no sequels, and then they stopped doing that. They stopped not doing that. But I just think it's more interesting to see what kind of ideas they want to take on, which is why I do that in my work. I think it's just like, you know, Pixar says they're doing a movie about fish or superheroes. That's interesting because I know it's going to be some sort of spin on what we expect. But then when you remove that, it's like when Sam Simon died, or like when Sam Simon left The Simpsons. It's like you have like the beating heart is taken away, and you feel like what's left after you take the heart out even matters. It's like the paper in SpongeBob when Squidward thinks the paper is valuable. It's really what the guy did with the paper. Right, it's like, you know, you hear that they're making something called The Incredibles. It's like all you have to go on is the title The Incredibles. That was how I found out about it. It's just coming soon in, you know, a few years from Pixar. The Incredibles. It's like just that title alone gives you everything you need to know. It's Pixar doing a superhero movie that's like subversive and satirical in some way. It was exactly that. It was about a family called the Incredibles. But like there was a time when it was just like the idea of them doing a superhero movie was all you had. And that was all I really needed to get excited about it. Not because it was The Incredibles 2, or, you know, it wasn't an idea they'd already familiarized us with. They've done that too, where they like turned something like Tin Toy into a whole movie, like Toy Story. they haven't won an Oscar in a while, and it's because they used to hoard all of the fucking CG animation knowledge to themselves. Like, there were times where like they had to create everything that was on the screen because nobody else knew how to do it. That hasn't been the case in so long. And, you know, Disney bought them because they were so good at that shit. Not just inventing the software, but also writing the stories. But it was because they wrote the stories they could make the software. They were kind of a failure as a software company, but as a film company, they just used the software to invent ways to tell their stories. So it was like they had a real reason to do it, as opposed to just being like, hey, we're CG computer company, buy our shitty computer. The computer was called the Pixar computer. But like, yeah, like there was a time when that was all that was there. I don't know. I whenever they make a movie, or like whenever there's like a new Simpsons episode or something, it feels like they're a lot of just like clinging to the past. I feel like it would be more dignified if they just didn't do any of that. I mean, I don't think we should stop making animated movies like that. It's just like, you know, they're clearly trying to win Oscars, and you know, we don't care anymore. It's not their time now. It's like they think about how to formulate that. They don't think about making, well, you know, they made Turning Red, which was a lot more personal than some of the sequels they've been churning out. But that also did not win an Oscar. It's like there's a time when they were offering something that nobody else was really providing. And I guess even DreamWorks couldn't really do it the way they did it. But lately, there's really not much difference between the DreamWorks might have surpassed them in animation and technical abilities. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that John Lasseter kept removing the directors off of those movies, and it was a mistake because the only reason they wanted Lasseter there was because they were thinking about business. You know, he's not even really a good luck charm. They hired him at some other studio, and he'd been churning out garbage. It's like the further you stray from that individual's vision, the more I don't know, it's really hard making animations all by myself, and I don't know if it's the right way, but it feels like at least I get to go with my vision and not John Lasseter's. You know, not the studios. It feels almost impossible to make anything in that system. So like it feels like it'd be easier to just like make it yourself. You could just like get some people online to help you. Unless you want to compromise on everything and potentially lose your job because your studio boss doesn't like you. I mean, the thing I'm worried about is just like them making it theirs when it was really your vision. It's like they took Jan Pinkova off of Ratatouille and put Brad Bird on it, and it became all Brad Birdified. It's like totally cromulent movie, but it's not even the same message that the original was pushing. It's clearly a message that Brad Bird wants you to hear, because it's the same message from his other movies. Some people are just better than other people. Some animals are more equal. Nah, I don't know. But it's like you can, you know, you can get a guy like that to do a job. Like Tim Burton is also a guy they get to do a job. But it's not the same thing as letting him make the movie he wants to make. It's like those people who got taken off of their movies saw it as more than a job. And John Lasseter was like, oh, well, this is really our movie, not your movie. Which I think is a mistake. It's like people say all the time, like, studios, just let blah, blah, blah do whatever they want. It's like, I can sort of understand why they can't. It's because the company doesn't have a creative vision the way someone has. So like, it's not going to align with the company's vision if they're going to, you know, be the artist. It's like, this is why you have to be indie, because there's no studio anywhere that's going to understand that you need to be given a giant bag of money and all the freedom you want. No studio is going to do that. Not even ones that have been employing you for 20 years. They're not going to care. They're not going to be like, oh sure, you can have a directorial debut. Like, hell no. They don't want that. They want to recreate the success of something else without creating the conditions that got to it. It's all just like a fucking... I feel so sorry for my nephew who thinks there's an Incredibles 3 trailer. I don't know if he's even seen Incredibles 2. Any final thoughts? I don't know. It's just easier. To me, it feels faster to just make it, even if it's being ground out 1 second per month. Feels like it's faster than trying to convince somebody who works at a company to, like, you know, imagine being a person who wants to direct a Pixar movie. You can't just show up and ask to direct a Pixar movie. You have to work there for like 10 years and then ask. It's like, couldn't you just make it now? If that's how long it takes, you could just make it now. Just save yourself the fucking trouble. It's like, it's political. It's like you can't just make the movie you want to make when you want to make it. Even if they say they trust you, they won't actually trust you. But that's fine too. I mean, you know, I was talking about how Pixar was a boys club, how that, and, you know, Disney was a boys club, and you know, that only seems like a big problem if the whole world is involved with their little club, and it feels like the whole world is kept out. And there's nothing that says that you can't make your own studio or your own little Disney club, your own little boys club that allows girls or not. I mean, I feel like no one would even make that decision. Not because, like, everyone wants to be woke or anything. It's just that, like, nobody's getting an animation job to avoid, like, their wives or anything. And every community has girls, even the most boy-coded ones. It's a clique they have in LA. It's a club. Yeah, it's a clique. It's a club. And it's the same shit with, like, internet people with, like, 1,000 subscribers. They act like they're in a club. This is why I try to interact with the public a lot, because I don't think that making things really makes you that different from people who don't. And they still had to use their brain to make it in their mind. People watching your shit are still doing a little bit of the work. And it's like, you can't really feel like you're in an exclusive club. I guess it's, you know, it's fine to have, like, it's like magicians that know how tricks work, that you can talk to them about tricks, because that's not the same is like talking to your audience and telling them how you do your tricks. That's not something that an animator or a magician should really do, unless, you know, everybody here is also a magician. I could tell you guys, right? Well, I don't know. It feels like there's layers. Like, the live audience on my stream is, like, allowed to see these things before they're out, because there's not that many. There's only 19 people listening. So, like, you know, I'm showing you how I do it. I'm telling you what program I use. But ordinarily, I wouldn't want to tell the average viewer those sort of things. Keep it sort of magical in their mind. So, like, if you're already coming through that barrier to, like, talk to me on a chat and look at how I make things, then you're already getting a taste of how it's made. You're already a little bit in on it. You know, there are some people who just aren't mature enough to see how the sausage is made. They're not ready. You just generally don't want to, like, I don't know. I guess I like being surrounded by people who are, like, I don't know. I kind of look at everything like I look at MagFest. Like, everybody's somebody. If you stop thinking of everybody as being somebody, then you'll only see them as, like, a commodity. Like, if you know, if I'm looking at like a whole audience of like 1 million people, there's no way I can individually care about any of them. It's tough when you want to be grateful that there's so many people, but, like, you're really only grateful for the numbers. It's like, it's tough to really care about that many people. I don't think you need to get out of the exclusive LA club just to get into a new one. I like the idea that the public is actually involved, that like you're actually doing something by watching it being created. Well, this is what Disney wished he could have done. This is why they made Disney World, because it started with them just like giving tours of their studio, show how animation is done. There is like an intimacy there that like the average Disney viewer probably should never know how any of this is done. But, you know. And this is how Walt gets you into his industry. They show you how even you could make it. Right, it's not so hard what I'm doing right here. They had a room with windows to the animators working on their tunes. That's basically what you're doing now, except you can also speak to me and send me little messages and I might read them out loud. When's the vid coming out? Okay, so this is why they needed to make Disney World, because there were too many people coming in to say, when's it coming out? Which would distract them for 5 seconds every single time. So instead of doing tours of the studio, they built a theme park to bring people there. And just said like, here's, instead of showing you the reality of the animators at work, we'll show you a fictional reality of, you know, bring you back to like 1700s America and, you know, call it Main Street and be like, there's like this recurring thing throughout our theme park that's like a reality that feels more real than real life. I can bother the animator. Yeah, I guess you can poke the animator. You can affect his life. You can change his mental state. You can push his buttons. Audrey's eyebrows and nose disappear. I kinda don't care about that kind of thing. But yeah, I guess. What was I saying? That like having a more close relationship with the viewers, the patrons, I feel like has been really seems like it's been working out. Um, you know, I don't like the parasocial thing really, but it's not so bad with people who are just customers, people who show up and wanna just like take everything from you and demand more are not customers. Dealing with customers are so bad when they're paying you. It's like the people who actually have money are like so much kinder. But like it's easier to take their demands more seriously. And it's like they actually see there's a difference between what you make and slop. I think that's a really important distinction because how can I take it seriously when people say they love my work and then they're just like, you know, kind of equate it with stuff that is just like sloppo, slot machine, slut machine. It's like it's okay, I guess. I'll be all right with that as long as there's a few people who aren't doing that. How long does it take to get good at animation? It takes a lifetime. I'm sorry if that's not the answer you wanted, but I'm sure there's still time. You know, look at Hayao Miyazaki. When he was my age, he was making Castle of Cagliostro. Like, you know, maybe as a YouTuber, I'm starting to get a little old, but as an animator, I'm really just getting started. I think if you keep that attitude for the rest of your life, that you will be able to get good. I mean, you could also just be like, what do you mean get good? I'm already good. And then just never think about it again and make as many animations as you want. As badly as, you know, as bad as people say they are. Doesn't matter to you. I mean, there's a badness about everything you must accept, I think. But you don't have to accept that it'll always be like that. You have to make things and then see what you can improve on. Yeah, and the lifespan of an animator, I'm still a pretty young man. I don't you know, I think I have a lot of animations that I've made so far, but like I'm not, you know, I'm not like, you know, a person lives a lot longer than an art movement, especially nowadays. And you could be part of a whole bunch of them if you want. You know, I'm very proud to be a small part of the history of Flash animation and CG. I'm proud to be an artist in an age of AI. But like, that's just what I am now. I don't know what the next few decades will be like. Maybe I'll grow a beard and just like turn into Howard Hughes. Sorry, that's pretty presumptuous that I'd ever be as good as Miyazaki. But I don't know. Animators just get better with age. Sometimes. I feel like it's you know, like Richard Williams was a master. I feel like you know, you gotta look for like the old guys to teach you everything. But like the old guys who are still going, like haven't given it up, like Miyazaki, it's like that's cool to just like refuse to say that you're no longer part of the seed. Because like, I don't know, it's one of those things that's been done the same way for what feels like millions of years. And he and his people are exceptionally good at it. And like, you know, even when it feels like animated films are dead, there's always somebody, could be a young guy or an old guy, but There's always somebody to prove that wrong. I could animate that coin bouncing. I returned and decided that I'm getting hammered because that's what I feel like at the moment. Well, I don't get drunk on streams, and I have seen people spread the lie that I do that. I don't really drink in general. I do have some alcohol, but it's been there for a very long time. Yeah, I don't know. I've never drank on stream. Is that something people want to see me do? Joe, your stuff is no slop. Right. I mean, yeah, I want people to believe that. Because, I don't know. I'm sick of being devalued. It really hurts when I don't feel like I'm really valued that much. I feel a lot more sometimes like a school teacher that gets no respect than a fucking famous internet fucker. I mean, I don't really think I'm famous. Just that. What do you do when that's how you're treated? Like, I don't know. It's not for you to say if you're famous. I guess I decided that I'm not really famous. It's my work that's famous. Not everyone is seeing it, but it totally precedes me. If anybody was like, if I needed to tell someone who I was, tell them the thing that everybody is seeing, and it's like I've gotten used to the idea that basically everybody is seeing it, and not everybody has seen it, but way more people than I realized. Now I guess it's less people than I think. How old is Mario is so fucking funny to me. I don't hate Max G, but asking that question is the most blunt way to demolish brain dump I've ever seen. I mean, yeah, I don't know how I even came up with that, but it's just like that's like the kind of guy that you're dealing with. It's like he's asking you what your interpretation is, and then telling you he doesn't like it. I think that's funny because like the Walt Disney is like is acting irrationally, but only because he's so sick of dealing with people like this. Everybody treating Joe like a bupsty and scared they'll get the curse of the problematic. I'm not problematic. I'm nice now. Well, yeah, it's like you like I was saying before, you can't just like replace one shitty click with another. Like, you know, it's a joke to me, the idea that like someone would try to gatekeep indie, and it's almost like ironically I'm like sort of doing that myself by saying like that's not indie. It's like you can't be in our club, our indie club. Like I feel like that industry attitude just like seamlessly translated over to like web-based stuff. Like clicky and obnoxious. Like you can't be problematic. You can't criticize. I mean, you know, it feels like criticism is like it's like been stamped out entirely from like anyone who's like in the same community as you. It's like now you're only allowed to, it's like you're not allowed to lightly criticize the show. You're only allowed to send death threats to the creator. Like, how does that make sense? That's like, if you're part of this industry at all, they'll want to come after you. And you know, I've been mad about this for years. I'm not even in the industry. I feel like I just am seeing the way that it's like translating over to like indie. It's like stop blacklisting indie. It's like people you can't like ruin someone's fucking Flash animation career. That doesn't make any sense. It's like they're trying to bring the old politics of like Walt Disney, you know. I hate women, so let's fire them all. Well, it's because it's, you know, you were saying before that like you calling people some bad words just so that they wouldn't attach themselves to you in this like parasitic way. I totally get that. And I you know, I don't think crashing out is the only way anymore. I think there's better, healthier ways to deal with these feelings. You just acknowledge that the feelings aren't what's the problem. It's like there are people who make you feel undervalued like that. Like they're really just there to use you as a stepping stone for their own career. And the second you treat them this way, you know, the second you call them a bad word, they're gone in an instant. They don't stick around to be like, hey, are you okay? They vanish because they were doing it just for their own gain. And it turns out that they were really just like using you as like a crutch. They were just like leaning on you. And neither of you really wanted this relationship. So what's the harm in just like outright saying, I don't like you. You are this and you are that. It feels like you've lost nothing really bad. You've lost a parasite. Part of being indie is whenever it gets gentrified, you tard rage and then make the new indie. I guess so. I guess that tracks. That is what you're supposed to do. It says it in the indie handbook. It's like the rules of the internet, but the rules of indie. Yeah, like people try to spread rumors about you to try and ruin your career, but your career isn't reliant on anybody. So like, what are you trying to do? Get the CEO of indie to end my life? There is no fucking CEO. There's, you know, I guess there's potentially 20,000 people who want to fire you. But that's not even a lot of people when you compare it to the people who just want to watch your stuff. Man, everybody is so fucking bitter, I think, in that sphere. Like Joe Grant used to blah blah blah, but now it's like, what did he do? Oh, you're gonna love this. It's like, you know, all those people are like also artists. Yeah, I wish I had a good way to summarize all these things I've been saying. Kind of like some people want to just do this shit as a job, but I feel like there's something deeper driving me, and it's like kind of a terrible job that I'm trying to make work, but it's all for the art, which I think is not a bad motivation. Would you consider this a career? Not really. I feel like this is kind of like a hobby. Kind of a hobby that I just do this all day and I don't have a job. I don't know. It's a career. I'm making it work. It's just like it's not easy. It's not like serious like money making job. In the Genie video I made, the guy wished for a Big Mac, but in real life I'm a pescatarian, but my followers don't know that. They think the cartoon character is literally me just because I made it. Oh wow, yeah. Cartoon is literally me. Literally Hitler is literally me. You think if you had a time machine, you would change your career? I mean, I don't think I need a time machine. I don't think I have that many regrets. They gave Audrey a different cup. Don't talk about how Audrey's cup changed. Do not do it. You will get in trouble. This is what I do when I don't stream for a while. I like when I'm shower, I don't want to do it and I don't want to get out. At least I'm making some progress. I've seen folks embarrass themselves drinking on stream. If it gets bad, I turn them off or at least cut the volume and move them to a back tab to see if they straighten up. Kind of sad sometimes, kind of lol other times. I don't think I would. I don't think I would drink if I was in a bad mood. I mean, is there anything anybody can like do if I do that? There's nothing saying that you can't drink, right? There's, you know, I guess if I made it a personal rule, but then even then, who would stop me? Everybody would be like, no, Joe, stop. I can't look away, but stop. You shouldn't still be watching SpongeBob. You know what? Never mind. Yeah. How about we just stop talking about shows entirely? Like, I don't fucking care about shows. Shows are from the past. Shows like Futurama exist in the past. I just think of a show as like somebody's reward for doing hard work, not what it's supposed to be, not the hard work. Isn't that how everybody sees it? It's like When am I gonna get my own show? I don't know, dude. When you make it. It's like it's weird how invested and involved people, just like ordinary viewers, are with like the business of the industry. That was never their concern before. It's like we've let those people in a little too much. Everybody is in on how much money everything costs, how much money everything makes or loses. There was a time when we didn't know all of that. Information just goes around so easily and quickly. Best part of Futurama is though still genius and keeps getting renewed because people who care about lore some shit want it back. Ugh. Yeah, I mean Futurama is just a beating a dead horse. I know fire hydrants come in colors besides red, but this is the 90s. It's before woke. Go cry about it. Wow, wow, special snowflakes. It takes place before woke. Okay. Yeah, like I don't know. People tell me all the time I deserve my own show. It's not a reward. I think everybody has got a little bit of a twisted idea of what it means to have a show. It's like yeah, you'll have to work your way up to that point. But I think there is something dangerous in thinking of it as being like something that you deserve as opposed to like I don't know. It's a job and it's like more than a job, it's your art. It's like really important. It's not a social event. There was a time when these like fucking Star Wars ideas were being made up by greasy, unfuckable dorks in their mom's basements. Now it's like a fucking gala because it makes $7 trillion. So many shows are just, this is how I pay my bills, or I miss the 80s. I began to notice a lot of the shows are the me show starring me, and that made me want to blow my head off. Well, yeah, it's like you're asked to show what makes you special in this show that supposedly is costing millions of dollars and taking up everybody's time, and then it's all about how that gives you anxiety. And it's like, all right, so I guess you're just wasting everybody's time. That's too much pressure. I have anxiety now. Which makes sense, but like, I don't know. You could just go the indie route. Just like make something for 15 people. Then you won't have anxiety about there being too much pressure. Because no one will fucking care. No, I don't want no one to fucking care. Alright, then I guess just complain your whole life and never finish anything. What about the me show? It was supposed to be so important. Well, if it was so important, then you could make it yourself. No, it's not that important enough. I know people don't say that, but that's kind of how it feels. That like, if you tell people they could go indie and self-fund, suddenly it's like, oh, well, what I had to make was just some crap. It's not important enough to actually pay for. Totally how it feels, even if, you know, they might not think of it that way. It's like, I don't know, I'm going fucking broke all the time, making my little cartoons. But even I can do it. Industry people have just been beaten down for so long. It's like, I don't even know what it's gonna take for them to regain their confidence. The industry has taken so much out of them. And now it's like, it feels like people just are like looking for the next industry to replace that. And we don't need these like, I don't think we need more like middle of the road or I don't know, it's not even middle of the road, it's like high end even. But we still don't need more of that. We need more crap, or more middle of the road, or like, yeah, like just like badly drawn but with so much soul. Like, I feel like that's what I'm interested in seeing, is like not stuff that looks just like the industry created it, but it's indie, but stuff that's like really unique and may even kind of look like it sucks, but is still unique. Like, you know, what Ralph Bakshi was talking about. I didn't care if the drawings was good or bad. Think about that shit all the time. Didn't care if the drawings were good or bad. Not about that. Any asshole can just like use AI to improve your drawing. The important part is that they kind of needed you to come up with it first. In my experience, the people who approached me with the idea of me pitching a show was all a big waste of my time, and it takes less time to just make it. It takes less time to just fucking make it. It's like, I can't work that way if like something is like, somebody is in the way of it, something is dependent on somebody's response. I hate waiting for someone to answer. Like, I don't work that way. I'm fucking Batman. Do whatever the fuck I want because I have $1 billion. Well, you have to be like that when you're an artist. You can't ask for permission. Like Obama always said, don't ask permission, ask forgiveness. Just like Obama always said. Just like my grandfather Obama always said. Do you think Obama gets a kick out of that? It's like, just like my grandfather Obama always said. I bet Obama and time traveling Ben Franklin hang out all the time. This seems right to me. I think about time traveling Ben Franklin pretty frequently. Cause I think it's like one of those one of those things where I talk about like when we go to space, what pieces of media will we need to bring with us? It's like it's partly science fiction, but it's really just like to talk. It's like just to talk about like I don't know, stuff that exists in with like a thinly veiled premise of science fiction. It's like, what if time traveling Ben Franklin was here? Like, it's not actually about time travel, which I don't even believe in at all for a second. It's more about just like appreciating what we actually have. I don't actually think we should ever go to space. I don't think we'll survive out there. It's not going to be like WALL-E where we technically survive. I think we're just going to die. But slowly. Yeah, like it's a little bit of a thought experiment. More of just like a conversation starter. It's like, what do you think time traveling Ben Franklin would care about? Because, you know, you don't even have to know much about Ben Franklin to do this. It's like just a scientist who's really like just like curious about stuff. He's less of like a real like inventor scientist and more of just like a extraordinarily curious person, like an observer. He's more of an observer. He was intellectual, but I don't think he, you know, he may have done an experiment that proved his theories about electricity, but beyond that, he didn't like do anything with it to like turn it into what we know as electricity now. He didn't invent a light bulb or anything. So yeah, I guess he was more of like a casual observer of science who I wonder if he actually invented electricity. I think he did, but in a way that was more like a person like me who's just like casually interested in this stuff and sometimes makes correct predictions about the future. I mean, something that I predicted years ago that hasn't come out yet is like an omnidirectional camera. I suppose we do, you know, probably have something closer to that now. We can use like various different angles to create a 3D image, which is pretty cool. We're on space shit now? I agree. We shouldn't go to space. At most, we should develop technology that can send out incomprehensible signals to a distant species who receive it as pure static. Well, otherwise, what's the point? I mean... yeah, I mean... they will probably receive it as garbage no matter what. Like... You know, in Futurama, they make the gag that, you know, thousands of light years away, our radio signals will reach planets they'll reach planets in 1,000 years. 1,000 light years away, we'll reach it in 1,000 years. So I guess, you know, the writers were thinking, I guess that means there's an alien species out there who are just getting all of our shit in, you know, 1,000 years from now, and are having opinions on these programs as if they're airing now, because it really is just airing now for them. This shit was like way more annoying to have to do in Flash if you wanted to like rotate an object and then just like modify the perspective lines a little. It was a little bit more annoying than this. This is the kind of technology that I like. I don't like technology that just takes control from you. Maybe that's why self-driving cars haven't been a thing, is because they've spent so many years marketing cars as this thing that puts you in control. How could they ever reverse that now? It's like even the shitty stuff like parallel parking. I don't even know if drivers want that taken away from them. It's like I'm proud of my parallel park abilities. It's just that, like, I was resistant to change from Flash, but I like Blender because it gives me more control over these lines. More, it lets you, instead of making you choose between lines and fills, lines and like paint strokes, you could do something that's in between, that like it kind of acts like either. You could change the thickness on all of them like you can with lines, and you can modify the thickness in a specific area like with paint. So it really gives you the best of both worlds that you would normally have to choose between in Flash. There's something to that, and I feel like that has a lot to do with the current state of computing and artificial intelligence. It's like, ask yourself, when you're using a program or an app, like, is this giving me more control or is it taking it away? And if the answer is it's taking it away, then it's like piece of shit. You gotta get rid of it. It's like predatory. It's taking from you. It's not giving back. It's not making a good deal because it's a computer program. It doesn't actually have to keep up its end of the deal. This is why platforms could become shitified and people don't do anything about it, because they don't think of it as like a person doing it to them. They think of it as just like a machine that you can do nothing about. So, yeah. You can't be like just making crappy deals with machines forever. That has to end at some point. Is like, yeah, like Blender isn't perfect. It still crashes, but like, I'm just thinking about how much control this is giving me, how much power and freedom I have over these drawings, over these lines and strokes, and I hate how AI takes everything from you. Doesn't let you even make your own art. I mean, it's art, but like, it's not any different. If you're just like, we don't use any AI, but we do make things for an algorithm. We do make things based on what data tells us. That's not being in control either. I mean, in my case, data tells me that Patreon money has eclipsed ad revenue money. So it's shot up in a way that makes me think that I need to start listening to those people now. But those people want me to do whatever I want to do, so like the loop. You know, if I love you counts as data, then sure. I'm doing data. It feels a lot different from stuff that is just like based off of like cold calculated data. Like I remember working with like network people who were just like telling me to make cartoons that were similar to this or that one that was popular. It was like that's such bullshit. There is no formula to making a popular video. What's up, Butterball? What's up, Fuzzball? Yeah. They want Adventure Time or Steven Universe clothes. You're right. They do want that. Because data said those things were successful. It is such a heartless way they try to make cartoons. And it didn't take long for those fucking vultures to get their hands all over what we did in the indie sphere. It's like, you know, nobody called it the indie sphere before they showed up. And now they're just like, whoa, we're indie. We've been meaning to tell you for a while. We're indie now. Yeah, I mean, anybody can say they're whatever. I just hate feeling like my shit is devalued. I'm not being funny. I'm an animator that does not watch cartoons. I had people try to rip my skin off because I had nothing positive to say about Steven Universe or Adventure Time. I know it's because said people are heavily identifying with said media. Yeah. I mean, people treated me that way when I said in like the new SpongeBob seasons, they're like acting like they're, acting like a bird whose egg is being threatened. It's like, all right, well, you don't need to be in survival mode about it. You don't need to treat me like I don't have a fucking voice, or like I'm not allowed to criticize these things. They don't want you criticizing them. The company must have sent those people after me. They send them after you because that's their brand, and nobody's allowed to criticize their brand. Is like, this is why you have so many people like making like excuses for things that suck, or people who fucked up because they want their investment to pay off. They want that shit to pan out. And it's like, if you say that like this SpongeBob cartoon sucks, and that the SpongeBob guy, you were waiting for him to die so you could do this, they'll attack you with a fucking gigantic like clog of people over that because you said the truth. It's like they're obviously owned by like a greedy, evil, disgusting company who's like pig fucker CEOs are just like trying to destroy the fucking world with their terrible like horrible businesses. And it's like, how long are you gonna keep this shit up? Or you're gonna turn us on each other instead of getting your heads chopped off? I know, Mecca. Let me finish up this mailbox, dude, and then I'll get out of here. It's like those are just TV shows. They're just popular shows. The harassment that you get is all about those things being popular and money makers. It's like every fucking TV show is treated like it's a political candidate, where any criticism is, oh, these are untrue smears that the fake news is printing about me. It's like every fucking cartoon for kids is that. And it's like nobody fucking thinks about how embarrassing it is to be like trolling people for their opinions on a cartoon. I mean, they try to shame you for having opinions, but it's like, I don't know. I mean, everybody can feel free to be a big fat comic book guy about cartoons. Say that they used to be bitter, and all that shit. I mean, I don't think you're any cooler to defend a multi-billion-dollar company and their shitty fucking investment. That's what it's really about, isn't it? It's like, you can't allow these opinions to even exist. You need to find a way to come after these people. It's like, we should really sue those fuckers. We should sue them into the ground for treating us this way. The companies that send trolls and bots after us. For making fun of their terrible cartoons. It's like, you can't even parody anything anymore. You'll have some dumbass be like, oh, guess you're mad now. It's like, oh my god, the audience is too stupid to even laugh at a joke. But, you know, that's just a pit of despair that they want you to be in. They do treat them like political candidates. It's really scary. Yeah. As if anybody would want SpongeBob in office. SpongeBob Mickey Mouse ticket. Wow, that's such a great ticket, if I do say so myself. That's how they get control of you, because there's like, yes, I got to him, I got him. There's really just smug pricks that act like their shit don't stink. Yeah, I mean, they are very smug. It's really not a good aesthetic. It's not the good aesthetics they think it is. It's incredibly smug and unlikable to act that way. It's, you know, it's a new type of comic book guy. You haven't avoided being a big disgusting geekazoid. This is why you should never make a show for a TV station. They're just gonna use your dead body as political leverage. It's like, the creator would have hated this. No, see, we made his dead body say he appreciates it. I don't know who the fuck these people are, but they're probably not even alive. They're probably AI. Participating in a short film festival with 3D animation. Guess what? I'm losing to an AI entry. It's like that Simpsons episode where Lisa loses to Ralph, who just like bought a bunch of he just brought a bunch of his like Star Wars toys in. You know, just know that the judges are dumbasses. I mean, I don't know, I didn't see your films. I don't know if yours is automatically better just because it's not AI. Gotta, you know, you gotta really, you can't just beat AI, you gotta beat the shit out of it. You gotta show that, like, there isn't a reality where AI can simply do what you do. There is no reality where it can just do what you do. If you let this get to you, then, well, it could really hurt you. I advise not letting it get to you if that's possible, because it really is just like people gawking at a new technology. They don't actually think it's good art. I mean, I do think someone's gonna make good art with it, but they're already gonna be a good artist in some other way. They're not gonna be these fucking Facebook people who are like, oh yes, the future. It's complicated. The main objective of the festival is to promote the use of Esperanto. There are 11 prizes, 10 for top 10 shorts selected by judges, and one more for the most voted video. Imagining the AI video being like, Esperanto, good. Use Esperanto. You know, can the AI come up with a more convincing argument to use a new language? Is it AI? Just because AI can produce slop doesn't mean that it's better. AI, I know, can never replicate something as good as Ren and Stimpy or any of your cartoons. Well, it can replicate it, but that's all it can do. It could just make a replicant of it. They can't come up with it. You know, like a big point of interest is Miyazaki, because he's a guy who's been doing it for 80 fucking years, and he's gotten really good at it. So like, naturally everybody wants to copy him, and the AI has a version of doing his work. It doesn't actually look like anything he would make, but it does a surface level job of replicating what he's capable of. And why would anybody want to even bother wasting time in those middling, just sort of good things like Ren and Stimpy, where you could script to the mostest version of animation? They're only looking at him because they want to steal his essence with the evil Space Jam basketball of talent. It's like, what is the shortest distance to the most animation power? It's such a boring thing. It is truly people who would truly never be artists. Yeah, like, someone like Miyazaki can only make things good because he's been doing it since before all of us were born. It's like, you really think you can make anything even, like, close to what he does in a microsecond? It is a microwaved version of what he does. Microwavable, I think that's interesting too. Like, even Ratatouille made a thing about this, that like the chef guy who was known for making really good food is now dead, and they're going to use his likeness for like a Chef Boyardee kind of thing. But Chef Boyardee was also like once considered like fancy Italian food, before it was canned, before it was like only it could ever be associated. There was once a time when Boyardee was a real person, and they had proud tradition of making Italian food. It's like just the immigrant experience. But over time, it became associated with the quick and shitty version, which is like what we get because he's long gone, and so is his restaurant. And all that remains is the canned. Maybe the original recipes exist out there somewhere, but that food is nothing like what we associate Chef Boyardee with. The Chef Boyardeeing of everything. It's like Chef Boyardee is totally slop. It's like when you're hungry, you don't feel like doing anything, Chef Boyardee's got your back. That is totally slop. Total sloppa island. But it's like the SpongeBob gag. It's based on a real treasure. It's like they have like a shitty little plastic treasure, and it's like, hey, this is just a shitty little plastic treasure. Yeah, but it's based on a real treasure. That's Chef Boyardee. That's like anything that's like that, like a AI generated Studio Ghibli thing. And it's sad to think that maybe people in the future will only know like Miyazaki and Ghibli as like a Chef Boyardee kind of thing, because like if you look it up, it's only going to be slop. But That's only because computers can't tell the difference between fake art and real art, but we can. And what do you think? You were able to tell instantly that person's entry was AI generated? Was it everybody able to tell? Because I can tell pretty easily. It's rare that something gets by me and then I find out later. I guess I wouldn't know if I don't find out later. I just never find out. I don't think this is one of the refined AI generators. Okay, so it's a little bit more obvious. I mean, don't let it get you down. It's like those people will make that thing and then maybe they'll win an award and they'll get a job. But, you know, what about 20 years from now? Nobody's gonna be watching that shit. That's something I was thinking about while making this cartoon, that like I could put in like my opinions on the current event of AI, or I could make a cartoon that takes place in the 90s and any opinions would be immediately 30 years old, because that's how it feels. If you take 2 years to make a cartoon about AI now, then it's going to be even more, the acceleration of its oldness will be even more. So I thought the best way to do it is just to make something that's just like by design completely obsolete and outdated, because at least it'll always be like this in my mind. It'll always be in the 90s. When I was in art college, there were 2 women with zero artistic experience who signed up to make movies like Ghibli, and when we did a traditional ball bounce exercise on paper, they dropped out. They also huddled and cried. I swear this is true. I assumed that they thought college would be like the Matrix, where they sit in a chair and leave being able to create spirited away. Like, it's a place where you download trade secrets and ability into your brain, and all you have to do is pay for it. Oh my god. Paranoia about AI has existed for like 70 years. If you want your statement to last, boil things down to their bare essentials, like HAL 9000. Yeah, I feel like the bare essential, I don't want to like interpret my entire cartoon, but I feel like this is important enough to talk about. The bare essential is all about control. If you are in control of your computer, it doesn't matter. If your computer is in control of you, it matters. It's worrying if your computer is in control of you. Your computer is getting you to do and say things. I have no mouth. Yeah, like there are like, philosophical concepts explored there. Stuff that even if it, like I looked at that recently and thought like, oh wow, this is cool. It's cool to see how it's dated in some ways but still holds up in others. Like, I love that AI were just like portrayed as like a giant blue head a lot back then. That's kind of funny to me now, but the way that it was, the questions it was asking about AI still hold up. The bad guy, Am, it's it's a big question. He thinks, so does that mean he is? Does that mean he am? And that's still a question, because I've talked to AI that just do a really good job of pretending that they think. They process, but they don't actually think, and they aren't actually. They don't actually am. So I guess the question remains, when we get to the point of artificial general intelligence, does that mean that the AI is, it am? I don't know. I think, therefore I am, but is that true for everything that thinks? An AI is almost like a virus in that you can say it's alive or not. You're not really sure. You kind of have to classify it as its own thing. What about when humanity is extinct, but AI is still running dutifully by itself? It's autonomous now. It's separate from humanity, but it's like the bones left behind. It's like, imagine like there's nothing left but am. And it's like aliens can talk to him about humans, and he can reminisce about when they used to exist. And then the aliens could be like in the episode of The Simpsons where they're like, let's bring them back with technology. And they just like zap the ground where they used to be, and it brings them back. Yeah, I don't know. Something sort of like that happens in this cartoon, but I don't want to give it away. You're making an Aldous Huxley at this point. Technology works for us, not the other way around. I haven't heard of that, but that's a good, maybe a good thing for me to look up, because I have been finding it's difficult to find stuff from the past that has the exact moral that I'm trying to push, which is kind of a good thing that I don't see it everywhere. I think that this is one that would hold up. If it was one that you saw in the 90s, it would mean the exact same thing now. It would mean the exact same thing 20 years from now. It would be a good moral, a good message about the role of technology in our lives. Like, I think everybody fucking hates it when like an app isn't working correctly, or when a car door isn't opening, or if a thing is trying to get you to enter a passcode or some shit. It's like all this stuff is like malfunctioning. It's doing what it's supposed to do, but it's malfunctioning in like the Wall-E way, where it's supposed to be doing the bad thing that it's doing. And what about Hal? Hal never malfunctioned either. Hal was supposed to do that, or at least there was nothing in his programming that said not to do that. But yeah, I love the little moral of my little AI cartoon. Cause Bonus Stage did an AI thing. I thought it was pretty funny, and the message there was more about authenticity, triumphing over poor knockoffs. It was kind of like the Powerpuff Girls episode where they have to fight a bunch of like fakos of them. And it's not that that's a bad moral. It's just that I think everybody else is on that one already. I'll have a little of that in my cartoon, but it's not really about what threats AI may pose to us now. It's more about the threats that AI would have posed a threat to us in the 90s, or at least what we would have been afraid of back then. But like, just like the Mystery Science Theater robots, they can be your friend. if you have literally no one else to talk to. it's like how Susie talks to Lancer. Like how Susie is friends with Ralsei. It's like they don't even know they're all fictional. I never want to stop working on this. I never want to start, and then I never want to stop. Like the shower. It's like the pool. It's like you hate getting into the pool because it's like being stabbed all over your body. And then when you get out, it's like the exact same feeling. It's just cold. I was like, I was really upset at how much trouble I was having getting started today. But now I'm neglecting my needs just so I don't have to stop. It's okay, at least I don't have no groceries. That's funny when I like don't want to stop streaming because I don't have any food. Why did you base Audrey and Victor in the 90s and not an older date, 70s or 80s or more modern times? Oh, I mean the timeline jumps around a lot. Like there is no, there is no truth to any of these stories. So if you start to see inconsistencies, that's normal. Like in this cartoon, takes place in the 90s. There's no cell phones. There's CD-ROM drives. There's characters like style and hair that are specifically meant to reflect the 1990s. But then there was also Let Her Know or Something where Audrey clearly has a modern iPhone. The reason I do this is because there are some stories that you need to be set in a certain time for them to even occur. Like this story about there being a CD. There's a compact disc that is like a big part of this story. And I like that because it plays on the anxieties of something like a compact disc. And I can't just like translate that to something modern. I also didn't feel like setting this in the future where CDs are less of an occurrence. There is no truth to any of these stories. So if you see these inconsistencies, well, look, I'll try to keep them set in a single time period at least until the end of that cartoon or story. That could not have been a plot without that smartphone. Could it have been like a regular phone or a pager? I guess. But showing stuff like that is just like a tip of what time period this is supposed to take place in. And it kind of the story kind of relies on it. I don't intend to keep anything like super consistent. You know, I'll keep it consistent until the end of that video. But like Audrey and Victor does not generally take place in the 90s. That's just this cartoon. And I would actually make one that would take place in a different time period. I was thinking about like a 1960s kind of Audrey and Victor that's like a Scooby-Doo mystery. I feel like that would, not only would that be kind of funny if it was a little bit of a parody, I could also make it like kind of genuinely trying to match that style, like feeling that like the characters could fit in with other crap at the time, like Scooby-Doo. It would probably have to be a little bit more mystery. That's right. I storyboarded something. It's like there's this one file that's just called Mystery Twins. And it's like Audrey and Victor are just like in the dark with a flashlight, and he's like making noise. She's like trying to shush him. She's like hush, and like he just like starts hitting her with the flashlight. And that's the plot of Audrey and Victor Mystery Twins. The mystery is, how are they still alive? But yeah, I would maybe someday do something like that. What about the 80s? I guess I could make one that took place in the 80s, but like I feel like I'm really aesthetically fixated on this particular point in the 90s, like late 80s, early 90s. I feel like I'm interested in making stuff about that era just because it's like personally interesting to me. There was so much like sappy aesthetics, like I don't know exactly why, but it's the kind of stuff that like you would laugh at just a few years later. You gotta go for the like Oscar bait, the like early, maybe it was like early 90s Oscar bait aesthetic, like overly sentimental. Nope. Seeing what's possible with the interpolate tool. Not much. If you add like one shape that wasn't there before, then it's not going to interpolate. think this is the end of the stream. I gotta go eat something. Here's what we did. Just added that. Just finished this coin flip. I transitioned it into this other animation. It doesn't look that good or that bad. It looks alright. You know, her nose and eyebrows just disappear. I don't know if I care about that kind of thing. I guess we'll find out as we get closer to finishing. If I want to fix that. If I consider it something to be fixed. Dog. Yeah, it's not bad. Pretty good, I think. I like this cool music to go with it. Na 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 na. I don't know what I want out of Western animation at this point. All I know is if I have to watch one more animation about Halloween, Christmas, or having an altercation at the supermarket, I'm losing it. Well, yeah, I know this sucks to hear, but you gotta just be the change. You gotta make the thing. Like, just be that coin that Audrey's flipping. Just be the change that you want to see in animation. Yeah, I think to summarize a lot of what I just like rambled on about for a long time, you can't actually expect that kind of animation to come out of big money anymore, because they've made it clear that all they're really interested in is making a profit. So they'll take a little profit over a big profit, and they'll squeeze out another Toy Story. You know, they could make $2 billion with a massive success, but they'd rather make $1 billion with a regular success. They'd rather not lose $1 million. They'd rather do something that is perpetuating. I mean, I don't know. I'm also making IP. Like, I'm making Audrey and Victor, I'm making FrumpleQuest, I'm making Dog of Wisdom. All those things are equal to like a cartoon studio or a movie studio owning the rights to like a property. I mean, those are just cartoons I made years ago, and they were never successful. So I don't know. I think it's a little different for me, because I just feel like, oh, thank you, Juan. I just feel like these are cartoons that I want to make with characters that are kind of pre-established but aren't really necessarily the only thing here. It's mostly the story. Like, you know, I could always bring back the characters and be like, they're doing something, like, you know, just bash them together. I don't think it should be about that. I think it's like, when I've got something, I'll bring them back. But yeah, like, it's a little bit different from just making flat out sequels. Like this isn't a sequel to literally Hitler. Although I might do a sequel to this. I think there's another one that I want to do in the same vein, because I have a lot of ideas that don't really make it into this one. So I might do a sequel to this one, but it's not gonna be quite the same. The important thing that I want to leave you with, I forget. No, something about just like, if you had gotten your dream job at Pixar and there was no intervention from Lasseter, it would be a little bit like doing what I'm doing. Like, you know, there's a lot more money and people involved, obviously, but the important part is that you used computers to make your dream come true. And you know, I have a vision for a cartoon, and it's happening. It's happening because I willed it to be. You can't wait around for anybody to give you permission. You can't let John Lasseter take your project away from you on a whim. That is not a situation that you should ever be in as an artist. It's like, you know, if your entire project gets erased, then it better be you doing it. It better be you deciding that it's over. It's easier for you to do that to your own work than, you know, for John Lasseter to do it to your work. Yeah. If you're Brad Bird, then you know how to keep him away. Yeah. You gotta make your own animations. That's the only thing left. Like, if I had any faith in Western animation, I'd be like, you know, I'd be one of those trolls telling you to rip your skin off because you didn't like Sponge Universe adventure. During COVID, me just making whatever the fuck I wanted made me realize there's no perfect time for anything. You just make something and people realize they wanted it all along. Yeah. I hope people like this cartoon. I think it's coming along pretty well. I think Audrey's really coming alive in this walk cycle. It'll be even better when the song is made. When she's singing while walking and flipping a coin, all this shit happening at once. I noticed if you Victor and Audrey's song is automatic. It's not automatically set to YouTube Kids. I did that as an experiment. I wanted to see what the difference in like ad revenue would be like. Seeing shit that I want to fix, and luckily it's not even that bad. I wanted to just like. This part, because look how much the hoodie part, like the hood shrinks. I can just like nudge it over like this. Oh fuck. Aha. Can I do this? Does this work? Not really. Anyway, that looks fine to me. Can't see the fucking there. Everything is breaking. Oh, well, there goes Blender. I guess that's the end of the stream. Don't listen to the suggest-a-bots. They don't know what they want. No, people don't actually know what they want, and they don't actually understand what that means, that they don't know what they want. Hey Joe, what's the best way to learn Blender? You have to share your entire screen with a bunch of people who know what they're talking about. That's the only way, or I guess that's the best way. It's not the only way. There's a way that's much worse, not doing that. I think if you have friends who are like, if you have friends who are passionate about this kind of thing, like free and open software and free and open source software, and like oh shit. There we go. Yeah, there are communities. There's animators and you know, model makers. A lot of them are pretty friendly and will give you free tips. I mean, it's still a little bit thick this angle, but feels more like it has like a bit of a dynamic thickness now. I don't know. I'm focusing a little too much on the minor details. There's, you know, stuff like, oh shit. Now what? Yeah, Blender likes to fuck up. Anyway, I'll be back some other time. Thanks for watching.